Please take your seats. We'll be starting in a bit.
Requesting ushers to help guests take their seats.
Hi, we'll be starting in 3 minutes. A very good morning to one and all present here. We're very happy to have you here for Impact Failure Conclave 2025. Woo! I'm Ishita Roy, passionate about discovering solutions that harmonize ecology and economy.
I'm Simran Chachi. I lead the research and studies at SELCO Foundation, a team that admittedly has been set up to understand failures and silver linings, so I feel pretty comfortable up here. Today, we step out of our everyday roles to be your hosts at Impact Failure 2025. Before we start the day, we'd like to make a few housekeeping announcements. If you're looking for details on sessions and speakers, please refer to your notebooks. They have the agenda and information on this year's theme, Shifting Sands, Paving the Way to 2030. Staying true to our ethos, the notebook cover was designed and handcrafted by women from urban slum communities in Mumbai, and the pen is made of upcycled coconut leaves by a collective of rural women artisans. Also, the lanyards are pieced together by scrap material by our very old local tainers using solar energy. We encourage you to get creative and use these items after the conclave as well. While we have some fantastic speakers here today, we're hoping that the audience also gets an equal chance to participate. We'll be using Slido to take your questions throughout the day for the moderators as well. Please log on to slido.com and enter the code that is displayed on the screen. It'll be displayed throughout all sessions, so you can submit your questions there at any time. We're using the hashtags ImpactFailure2025 and Failing Forward on our social media for communication. So please tag us if you want to share your experiences. While walking in, many of you might have already noticed some interactive displays kept around the auditorium. At Impact Failure, we believe it's not just important to identify, analyze, and rectify failures, but also share them in a productive manner with the sector. Please take some time out to visit them and interact with them. I hope through these experiences, we're not just able to learn from one another, but understand the importance of speaking about our failures openly and publicly. With Apurva AI, we've been building our very own generative AI tailored for the development sector, one that makes our collective wisdom and learnings accessible to everyone across geography and language boundaries. The discussion over these 2 days will further amplify Apurva's understanding, and all the discussions from the last 2 impact failures are already in Apurva. So you can interact with it in our coffee area. Just reach out to our team to understand more. We also want to hear from you. We encourage you to please share your own failure stories through a guided WhatsApp chat. The QR codes will be found across the campus. We request everyone to please keep their phones on silent for all the sessions. Should you need any help, please reach out to any of us. Our colleagues are wearing pink badges. Lastly, we're overwhelmed by the response to this year's impact failure. While we'd love to have everybody at the event in person, we are streaming the event live on our SELCO Foundation YouTube channel as well. So please feel free to share that with your friends and colleagues.
Can we have a round of applause, please? So a famous author once said, when we give ourselves permission to fail, we at the same time give ourselves permission to excel. Whether we fail or succeed, we share it with the communities that we all work with. Today, we stand at a time where humanity continues to be challenged by 2 of the biggest threats, growing inequality and climate change. And unfortunately, we no longer have the luxury of time. There is no denying that both threats are the result of systemic failure of the state, markets, and society collectively. As we all buckle down and work towards 2030, delving into learning becomes even more relevant and important. Learning from parts of our programs and initiatives that didn't work has to be shared widely. Today, we're gathered here in the hope of being part of a change that accounts for failures and promotes an environment where we can admit and learn from it. Once again, on behalf of SELCO Foundation and all our partners, we warmly welcome you for Impact Failure 2025. We look forward to an exciting 2 days of reflecting and learning from and with each other. Since the first Impact Failure in 2018, we've had the opportunity to partner and conceptualize the Conclave with IIM Bangalore. We're delighted to welcome Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan, Director of IIM Bangalore, the gracious host of this beautiful stage. Can we please have you on stage, sir?
Yeah, good morning. First of all, let me welcome all of you to the IIMB campus. You've already had a glimpse of it, I'm sure, as you came in. I'm happy to say that we do our best to keep the campus sustainable and green. You might have seen that already, but if you haven't, please take some time to walk around the campus. Someone told me we have 30,000 trees on campus. I haven't counted, but it's certainly some multiple thousand. And we do our best to maintain them and keep them growing. Even when we've had to build new buildings on campus, we've tried to build around the trees wherever possible. So this is a campus where we try to recycle all the water. All the horticulture on campus is done with recycled water. We also have a very good waste sorting and segregation system. We have 70 rainwater harvesting wells on campus and so on. I could go on and on. There's still a long way to go. We have many things to do. But I can assure you that we are at least making a systematic and serious effort to address that issue. This is a wonderful conference that we have had the privilege of co-hosting with the SELCO Foundation. I first met Harish about 25 years ago, and I really have treasure my association with him and the foundation. Of course, this conference being at IIMB has nothing to do with that particular association. It's part of our institutional collaboration and some of our institutional priorities. And I just thought I'll spend a couple of minutes telling you a little bit about IIM Bangalore in case you're not familiar. So the government started the Indian Institutes of Management in the early 1960s. The purpose of the IIMs was to create good managerial talent and capability for the country, and was expected to complement the talent being created by the leading engineering institutions. Today we have 21 IIMs across the country. IIM Bangalore was the third. We were founded in 1973. We celebrated our golden jubilee just a year and a half ago. And over these last 50 years or so, we have more than 25,000 alums who are across India and the globe, largely, of course, in the corporate sector, because that's what we train them for, but also in government, public policy, the non-profit sector, etc. Our main academic programs are centered around management education. They're largely different variants of the MBA program. But we also have a strong PhD program and a master's in public policy, where we help educate some of the top bureaucrats and administrators in the country. We also, of course, have specialized centers of research, including a center for public policy, a center for corporate governance and sustainability, and so on. So this is broadly what IIM Bangalore is about: 1,400 students on campus, around 110 faculty, and of course, this beautiful oasis here in Bangalore. We all hide inside here and avoid the noise and chaos outside. But I know it's a nice place to take refuge, at least for people who come from outside. Let me just speak for a couple of minutes on the theme itself. So I was just doing one of those simple exercises. I try to find out, using Google and of course ChatGPT, what do they say about why non-profits and big projects fail and so on. And I was amazed by the variety of answers. So it's clear that this whole area of failure and impact is an area where there are lots of possible answers, but I think nobody knows for sure what exactly the reasons are. But when I looked through all that, I did find a few which seemed to resonate with my own experience. So I thought I would just speak briefly about those. One of them is, of course, as a student as well as a professor of strategy, I generally believe that one should be fairly focused on one's mission and vision and try to achieve that. And not surprisingly, a lot of failure of nonprofits is attributed to mission creep, because people don't quite stick to what they plan to do, and not surprisingly, the outcomes are also quite different. Another area where we get asked questions often, and I think is very relevant to the nonprofit sector, is the whole question of how do you measure performance. And while we tend to measure performance on a whole lot of input parameters like how much money is spent, but we all know, of course, though we can't always do it, that we should be measuring outcomes and impact. So I think the more we can do that, the less we will have the chances of failure, and therefore I think that's another big area to focus on. Third issue which I felt made sense is that while there's a lot of emphasis on fundraising, and of course a lot of the work we do can't happen unless we raise the money to do so, clearly fundraising cannot and should not be just a transactional activity. It needs long-standing relationships with donors, with people who care about the cause, who actually relate to the mission. And I think that's another reason why many programs fail. They don't really succeed in building those long-term relationships with funding agencies. A related issue is reliance on a few donors, essentially some kind of what finance people would call a concentration risk, where you're actually just depending on 2 or 3, and not surprisingly, if their mission or priorities change, you're likely to be in trouble. Founder-centric leadership, especially the inability of founders to sometimes listen to good ideas and from outside, is often another big challenge. And not surprisingly, that could be one of the reasons why many of these initiatives fail, though it could also be the reason for success, because it's the leadership which actually propels the organization forward. And lack of collaboration, I think, is a challenge. I mean, this is something I have myself seen, both among institutions and between institutions and companies, and of course in the nonprofit sector. The more we could actively collaborate, I think the more we would be able to avoid some of the more obvious failures that happen. At the individual level, of course, there are many reasons as well, which we are all very familiar with: poor execution skills, poor communication, sometimes I find these days especially the impact of the rapid growth and the valuations in the for-profit sector have led to a certain impatience in the non-profit sector, where people are kind of think they also have to scale at the same pace as many of those startups. Sometimes I think that's perhaps misguided, because the same kind of scale is neither possible nor in many cases desirable, and that rapid scaling actually proves to be the undoing of many of these organizations. Particularly since COVID, another thing that's been quite obvious is the need for all of us to be much more sensitive to weak signals outside, to be able to put in place better risk management and contingency plans, perhaps to think more in terms of scenarios than trying to predict the future, because it's perhaps scenario planning which will enable us to walk through different futures better. These are all, I think, obvious issues we need to confront if we want to reduce the probability of failure and succeed on a more consistent basis. So these are just some of the thoughts I wanted to share with you this morning. Once again, let me congratulate the SELCO team for putting together this wonderful event. I'm delighted to see such a large audience here. My team failed on one count, though. We were supposed to show you the safety instructions for this hall before we started, so I will do that job instead. There are 4 exits, one at that corner, one at that corner, 2 at the entrances where you came in. So in case of any emergency or fire, please leave through any one of those exits. My request is please don't occupy any of the aisles, and please don't block any of the passageways, because that's an important safety requirement of this hall. Thank you, and have an excellent conference.
Thank you so much, sir. That's a great note to start the conclave with. I now invite Huda Jaffer, Director at SELCO Foundation, on stage to introduce the conclave.
A very, very, very good morning to one and all, and a warm, warm welcome to everyone. I think just before I start, I also want to wish Professor Rishikesh a very happy birthday. It happens to be his birthday today. So thank you so much, sir, for letting us host this with you, for the incredible partnership, and for opening the conclave. With that, I just wanted to say a few things just before we start and dive in. We really started Impact Failure to create an open space, a comfortable space, a space that we can truly let our guards down, be vulnerable, but also to really push boundaries, to be brutal, to be candid, to put ourselves out of our comfort zones as well, purely from the interest of getting better, faster, bolder action on the ground. We all know that systems around solving for poverty, solving for climate are crumbling, and they do need each one of us to step up and show up. So I think if we can really use these 3 days, you'll see that there are no promotional material, no promotional activities, there is nothing, no launches. I hope we can move towards making this conference a pitch-free conference, so that truly people can let their guard down and share knowledge and build learnings and really kind of come in an open way and learn from each other. So that is one request. We do have 3 rules for all the speakers. I think the speakers know these well, but also for the audience, the speakers are requested 3 things. Number 1 is when you talk about failures, be self-reflective. And I think the moment you say, I failed, you and Sanjay also, acknowledge this, that it creates a kind of openness and a vulnerability. It removes the pressure of having to perform, succeed, or defend, right? So that's really the goal. Like, how do you be self-reflective and say, I failed? The second rule is how do you go deep and dissect failure? So how do you basically really analyze what, when, where, how, so that we can really show up with the learnings that are needed. And the third is to try and move beyond operational failures. I think while we all are aware of, we didn't have enough time, we didn't have enough resources, we didn't have the right people, etc. How do we move towards better understanding process failures and really kind of conceptual failures? Where have we misunderstood the issue, the depth of the problem, the scale of the problem, right? So how do we really, understand the complexity and the root of the issue? That's really the third piece that is requested of all the speakers and also the audience that is interacting with the speakers. Ishita did mention about the SELCO badges. I think the one thing that you know is that anybody who is guiding you to some place or who is asking you, giving you your agenda, they are all people extremely passionate, either on particularly vulnerable tribes, youth in agriculture, they're masters in working with policy and PWD, so please get to know them. This is their chance to get to know you as well. These are all SELCO team members. None of them are logistics or event managers, so just get to know them, and they're really glad to be there for you. This is an inclusive conference. What we have done is we have made sure that we are giving scholarships. It is a free conference. I think that's one thing to mention. It's absolutely free to attend. It's open for all. We have also kept aside and provided scholarships for people, not only to attend the conference, but also a lot of people that should be showing up here may not be able to even bear transaction costs. So we've also taken up transaction costs of people who are coming from remote regions and whose voice is extremely critical as part of the conference. So when we started this in 2018, our goal was to really, how do we build the narrative to normalize failures? How do we make it celebrated? How do we provide a positive tinge to it? And we had a lot of practitioners come up and show up, which was very endearing. I think the one thing that the first impact failure did is kind of set the bar on the graciousness, humility, and tactfulness around the subject of how do you talk about failures. So that was really something, whether it was eye care, housing. I think all of you may remember the amazing talk from waste pickers that we had, and PWDs as well, extremely inspiring stories, which basically really brought home the key aspect that if we fail, the people that are truly failing are the poor. They really sort of brought home that, the practitioners that spoke in the first conclave. The second conclave was really, going beyond that binary of success and failures. So acknowledging that even if something is really successful, what are those key aspects that we can learn from it, right? What are the failures that are happening within it? And if something is a pure failure, let's not write it off as a failure. What are those successes within the failures? So that was the second theme, really, going beyond the binary. In the second conclave, we really also had a lot of storytelling workshops on how do you dissect failures. We had the voice of the ground, slum leaders, pratinidhis, field coordinators, rural champions, farmers, really showing up in the second one. And I think in the second one, what happened was a lot of the speakers in the second conclave, they raised that bar, because a lot of prep went into, a lot of thoughtfulness went into talking about failures, dissecting failures, and what they brought, not just, yes, let's make sure that we focus on the real issue, but what they brought is also an aspect of how do you make your failure learning humorous, relatable. So how do you sort of make it personal? So I think that was brilliant. So the speakers in the second one really raised that bar on, how do you take this narrative forward. And you'll find in this failure agenda and in this failure conference, there are more decision makers of critical sectors. There are more people that are deciding the program designs, that are deciding the policies. So let's put them on the spot in this third impact failure. And moving towards acknowledgement of how we all need to sort of understand systems within which we exist so that we can do better, right? One final request, no sugarcoating. Please be brutal, please be candid. Try and make sure that we can let our guards down, do qualitative conversations. And finally, and most critically, I have to thank and acknowledge the partnership with Rohini Nilekani Philanthropies, and especially Rohini. She needs no introduction. I think everyone knows her. Rohini is a writer, philanthropist, author who has transformed spaces of education, water in her own right, but also personally, and I think the sector has been very inspired by her publication Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, which really sort of pushes society to think deeply about the role of state, the role of society, and the role of market. And she has helped not only in championing and being the voice of failures for the conclave, for the sector, but also very carefully curated the experience that you're going to have over the next 2 days. So thank you so much for that, Rohini. And with that, I want to welcome Rohini on the stage. Thank you, everyone.
This is yours.
Okay, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Hi Gidira, are you all good? It's a beautiful day outside, and I'm sure we'll be able to enjoy this beautiful campus. So first of all, Rishikesh, thank you so much for hosting us as always, and thank you for doing half my speech as well. So I have to do less. All right, that's better. Okay, I am very excited to be here. I think this conference is really very unique and a trendsetter in the whole world. I go to many places on my travels, and every time I mention that we do this, they say, my goodness, what a good idea, we should do something like that. And I think all of us here, many of you are here again, we have triggered something extremely critical, especially for our development sector, but I'm 100% sure also for the bazaar and sarkar sectors as well. So with that, congratulations, let's hear it for Team SELCO Foundation. Huda, Rachita, Harish. Harish is our, apart from everything else, a true revolutionary, but also holds the humor that is so necessary for us to be able to get up and move forward. So thank you for being you, Harish. So I went to Bikaner 3 days ago for a wedding. And I completely failed to pack my jewelry. My husband Nandan, being Nandan, said, so what? Make a statement without jewelry. I was neither brave enough nor stupid enough. And so I had to struggle. And everybody tried to help me. And I learned that you can go down the road from where I was to a wonderful shop. They're not paying me, but it's called Beauty Art. And within 20 minutes, I was able to find fantastically made imitation jewelry for 20,000 rupees. I outfitted myself like minor royalty. I must say I failed to tell a couple of the people at the wedding that these were not my great-grandmother's heirlooms. The point I'm trying to make is, I learned so much in those 20 minutes that how much business entrepreneurship we have, how well we do jugaad, how much we have democratized aspirations for aesthetic beauty at a lower price. And it was truly magnificent craftsmanship. So I think my failure to pack was truly a blessing. And however facetious that may sound, it helped me reflect on what I'm going to talk here. That as you all have seen in your lives, some failures, we don't deliberately set out to fail, but when we do fail, as we often do, it genuinely leads us to some new knowledge which we could not have had without that moment of failure. So that's why we are all here. We are all here to learn how to accept that we will always fail, we are human beings, and that we are also human beings that have a marvelous capacity for resilience. So I have 15 minutes. You're going to tell me when I have 3 minutes left. Previously, I've spoken a lot at these conferences here. Thank you for all your patience. I won't repeat what I have said, but there are some newcomers. And in the first one in 2018, I delved very deeply into the concept of failure, of individual failure, institutional, of moral failure, how to not glorify failure, but be vulnerable and open to failure. We talked about the examples of many, many, many global leaders like Gandhiji, who failed in the beginning only to succeed later. So talked a lot about the temporal nature of both failure and success. What seems like failure today may be extreme success tomorrow. What seems like success today, for example, the last 200 years of human development, the discovery of oil, how it has made us all, it probably powers this microphone, how successful we have been at economic and human development, and how we are now grappling from the failures due to our very successes. I have spoken about the failures of Samaj, which is society, the failures of Bazaar, which is corporations and the market, especially today, the question whether climate change is the biggest market failure of all time, or is it the societal failure of all time, is something I think will get unraveled hopefully in the next panel. I have talked about the failure of the state, how while the state fails all the time on our behalf, often it has no space to acknowledge those failures for various political and other reasons. I have talked strongly about the failure of philanthropy, which is my community, and now we have simply not been bold enough and brave enough and generous enough to push out the trillions of dollars around the world committed to making this world a better place. And how the people here can acknowledge that and also, without judging that, help those who want to give forward to do so better. Today, I'm going to spend just a few minutes, because there'll be a lot of conversations in the next 2 days on these topics, so too much repetition will be boring. But all these days, we have talked about individual failures. We have talked about institutional failures. We have talked about sector failures. But honestly, maybe it's time to talk about our collective failures. Our collective failures as human beings, as a species. And the first thing I would say is, and this is the topic of, is the topic of shifting sands, that we are now at this crisis point where climate change we have to acknowledge, and resulting from that, so many other things that we are all going to be very afraid to face, but have no choice but to. But to collectively accept that perhaps this has come out of human hubris. We thought we could do anything. And that's part of the evolutionary nature of things, that it has produced a species like ours, with a brain like ours, to think big like us. And that has led to this hubris that we can control everything, we are in control, we can course correct easily, and voila. But to accept that perhaps the output of our hubris is that we have brought our species and a lot of life to the very brink. I think to sit quietly and humbly with that idea, how did we get here, is something perhaps it's worth reflecting on, not just today and tomorrow, but in the days to come. But that itself, ironically, is also a hubris, because human beings are not the greatest miracle of life. So we think so, but we aren't. And we are also part of that life chain that has allowed us to be like this. Nature's wisdom, in some sense, from a scientific perspective, you call it evolutionary sort of necessity, or biological processes, or whatever it may be, physiological processes of the planet, have allowed us to start behaving like this as well. So it's hubris to think that we are doing all the damage, and now, oh my God, we are going to have to restore this planet, because the planet may have better ideas than us, and we just will have to wait and watch. So while we talk about our hubris, I think we should look at this collective idea. Where else have we all failed as human beings? Not just as an individual in my organization, in my family, in my life, but all of us together. Some of the largest societal failures of not being able to look after our littlest ones in the world. Today there are more than 1 billion children at various kinds of risk. What is it about us, though we are such a social species, that we cannot see other children's children as equally important to our future as our own children? Is that a collective failure? How come we have not understood that our own lifestyles matter to other people? How have we not, in spite of our enormous capacity for empathy, been able to sufficiently put ourselves in other people's shoes who are definitely not in the space we all are in this room and would like to be where we are? What is it about us that has collectively failed to prevent us from being more empathetic? These are just some examples. How have we left so many million children behind in education? How come we haven't fixed healthcare? It's not that difficult, really. So how can we collectively be better is something perhaps we should talk about. And I think a key part of that is, how do we collaborate better? How can we learn from ants? How can we learn from other species? They seem to do a good job of it. And I know why we are getting more and more tribal. Not going to get into that now. But let's use this time to brutally and unflinchingly look at our collective failures and then see if we can get a pathway to that. Because we all know that failure is inevitable, but never permanent. And success, because it is so narrowly defined, can never be just an end point. Because the moment you succeed at something, another problem emerges, and this is my experience in the last 35 years that I've been working in the civil society sector. So success and failure are not endpoints. We have discussed in this conference before that it is a continuum. But I'm going to end. How much time have I spent? I have 4 minutes. Excellent. So I'm going to say to the change makers here, because you are in the most difficult, we are in the most difficult sector, I do believe, because this is the place of the highest fragility and the least control. So how do we design for success? It's very difficult, and we don't want to design for failure, but we have to learn to design for resilience. And I don't have time to go deep into that, but I think you all know what I mean. How do we design so that the people in whose names we work, the life forms whom we claim to cherish, have an ability to spring back from disaster? That's what we need to think about a lot more. But before I close, I want to say, collectively, there are 3 failures I think we should watch out to avoid. And if we fail, we fail. But we should try to avoid 3 big failures. One is despair. Many of us are literally on the front lines of human vulnerability, of the loss of life. And it's quite easy to go back and say, everything is going to go down the tube. I think that is the biggest danger for us all. To me, hope is the new religion. And I want to be faithful to my new religion. It is the only religion that cannot divide, but can only unite factions of humanity. Hope is not empty optimism. Hope is the fuel for right action. And just like every day, all of us get up from the night miraculous repair system to get up, brush our teeth, have our coffee, and move on. Just like that, even if we see things crumbling around us, it behoves us to hold on to hope. That hope will light our path to keep acting and doing. Because some things are way beyond our own control and imagination even. The unknowable unknowables. So with hope, it gives you energy to act and to do the right thing. The second thing we should carefully avoid failure of is to not keep an open mind. Many of us are very, very wedded to our ideologies, and we think they're the best ideologies of all time ever. But the world is changing so rapidly, and the news from the last 3 days I will not talk about, but you know exactly what I mean. Things are changing so fast that the first lesson from that change is the only constant, and we cannot hold on to things too fast. We have to change with the times. Avoid the failure of holding on to one single ideology. Nobody can be that right. The last failure I think we should avoid is if we don't have the guts to stay connected to each other. All of us, only 8 or 8.5 billion of us, actually we are one large living organism on this planet. We are so deeply connected, and everything else on this planet is so deeply connected to us. There's so much more science evolving about these deep connections. If we fail to stay connected to all other people in our species, in the human family, then it will be a serious failure. Those who don't agree with us, those who don't live near us, those who might be throwing trash in our backyard. We still need to stay connected and find new, imaginative, empathetic, creative ways to do so. To my mind, these are 3 large failures that collectively we must try to avoid. This conference is about sharing. This is a safe space. I have been told to tell you all again that use this space to share, to learn, to speak, to not be afraid, to not glorify our failures, but not to be afraid to speak about them, to know that they are inevitable, but that we are not alone. So be frank. Nobody is here to judge. Nobody is going to post your stories, or if you're going to, please don't, on Instagram or anywhere else. This should really be a safe space where you can say anything without being judged or blamed or cancelled. I really don't like the idea of being cancelled, so don't do any of that. But imagine having such a space. Imagine being able to go away, to be vulnerable. I have done that in the 3 times that we have been here, and I have benefited tremendously from it. I feel very proud to be associated with this space. I have learned a lot and enriched myself from speaking to all of you, hearing from all of you, and I wish you all the same for this conference. Thank you. Dhanyavada. Namaskara.
I'm not going to try and summarize that. That was on that very, very strong and inspiring note. Thank you so much, Rohini ma'am, for that. I hope you're all ready to kickstart the day. Let's dive into our first session of the event, a plenary on failures in solving for people and planet, moving towards a climate 360-degree approach. Perhaps one of the biggest failures in meeting climate goals has been the pace and aggression with which climate programs have been designed, executed, and evaluated. To deliberate on the same, we have Ms. Rohini Nilekani as the moderator, in conversation with Mr. Asif Saleh, Executive Director at BRAC, Bangladesh, Professor Harini Nagendra, the Director of School of Climate Change and Sustainability at Azim Premji University, and Mr. Anshu Gupta, founder of Goonj, and a Ramon Magsaysay awardee. We're all really excited to have you here. Can I please invite you on stage? Mr. Carl Pope, Principal at Inside Straight Strategies, will be joining us tomorrow. Just a reminder for the audience, we'll be using Slido to collect the questions during the session. The code is AskIf.
A small announcement. We're very happy to welcome Shri Suresh Prabhu here with us today. We're happy to have you here, sir. Welcome. And we're very excited to hear from you later.
Well, guess who's back? So here I am again, but I don't have to speak much because I have a great panel. We're very sorry not to have Carl Pope here today. He's not well. I was really looking forward to him being on the panel, but maybe you'll see a bit of him tomorrow. But I have all of you here, and thank you so much for joining us. I believe you, sir, have a presentation to make. So the way we're going to do this is we have an hour. Each of them gets 8 minutes to do their spiel. And after that, I'll do a round of couple of questions. And then I very much want to include all of you. There are mics going around, and we would like to take, but I'm supposed to take questions only from this iPad? Good. I can open it out to all of you, and we can have a really good, and don't be afraid to grill them or grill me. Oh, so, excuse me? Why don't you say that? What?
No. I'm saying that Harini has a presentation later. That's it.
Yes. Harini also has a presentation. So please go ahead, Mr. Asif. Yep.
Good morning. Just coming back, coming from Dhaka, where there's a lot going on, and of course, around the world. And thanks, Rohini, for saying that we cannot be in despair, because we have to hang on to hope, because that gives us energy. And one of the things our founder used to say, that as development workers, it's impossible to lose hope, because if you lose hope, you cannot solve the problems, and our role is to solve social problems. So, and we are in Bangalore, and the Silicon Valley of India, and I'll start with this whole idea that how technology has solved a lot of the challenges, right? So essentially, one of the key things where we hear about technology disruptions are that it tries to addresses the friction that we face in the normal society as a whole. And when frictions are addressed, that's where a real sort of interesting, disruptive technology solution actually comes about. So when it comes to development, I think we do exactly the opposite, right? we don't put people at the center of things. So I think essentially there are exceptions, of course, but essentially I think the people that are, we design programs thinking what we think as the solutions should be, rather than going to the community. Many projects are designed by people from far away from the problems, who have spent very little time with the people they're designing with, or who have never experienced their challenges. And they're designing solutions for the people they imagined people have. And when we design solutions, keeping people at the center, we know programs work. And I'll just give you one example. A lot of you may have heard about the graduation approach of ultra poverty that Bragg pioneered, which supports people to lift themselves out of ultra poverty. And it's an example of how, when you thoughtfully actually bring people together, try to understand what they are actually going through in their lives, and try to design something which actually addresses those friction. Not just from a hard support perspective. It's not just about giving them asset or things. It's about giving people the personal agency, giving people the social visibility. And when we had this model, it's a 2-year expansion intervention, it actually came through a long process, up to 20 years of journey. And there was a lot of learning process through this. And I think one of the biggest thing that we learned through this process is that you actually do make a lot of mistakes. Even when you put at the center of it, there are things change. As Rohini was saying, that this is a sector where it's extremely fragile, and at the same time, a lot of social contexts are changing where very little control of this. But I will be happy to say that, it works when it does. 95% of the participants graduated. 2.3 million families in Bangladesh actually graduated from ultra poverty after taking this program. And the best part is that this is not a short-term thing, right? So essentially, after 7 years, London School of Economics, when they went back, they saw that not only they have not regressed, they have actually gone from strength to strength. So I spent a lot of time talking to people about poverty, talking to people about climate adaptation. But when I talk about climate adaptation, or when I hear from about climate adaptation, one of the first things that I realized that people's understanding about climate adaptation are very, very different. You ask different things and you get different answers from people. And something that often strikes me that is a very few people can truly say that they understand the lives of the people facing the impacts of the climate change. And when I say people, I say basically it's all of us. It's also self-reflection. Let's take migration for an example. And one of the biggest worries about climate change is that it will cause millions of people to migrate. And reports support that, showing that 4 million people have been displaced by climate change in Bangladesh only since 2019. Now, how much do we know beyond that, right? A recent Bragg survey found that almost half of the people forced to migrate in the slums of Bangladesh moved back to their origin less than 2 years later. So migration often is presented as a one-way ticket, but what we are seeing on the ground isn't a unidirectional flow. It's a steep rise in unpredictable movement. People leaving, coming back, going to other nearby towns, coming back again. And when we think about migration, we get alarmed and we just jump straight into saying, oh, how well are we going to manage this? We need to take a step back and say that, okay, why people are moving in the first place? So thanks to some current research, we're starting to get some ideas. So recently we presented 7,000 people across rural Bangladesh with information on the climate risks that they would face if they stayed where they currently were. And we found that while people were very worried about changing climate, on the whole, almost no one wanted to move. They were confident that they could adapt to whatever came their way, They just needed the right tools to find them. There were only three reasons why they would move, right? One is that if they were forced to, like, for example, river erosion where their actual land was gone, if there were massive economic gains were guaranteed for them, or if there was an issue like a health crisis and there were no hospitals in their locality. So what do we need to be doing is that how do we address these frictions in their lives so that they don't actually move? So then that should be at the center of climate adaptation. How can we provide access to climate smart services people need to, that will make people stay in their homes? A last point on migration would be, it's also a good example of how failure can be hidden. You see this woman I recently met, her name is Minara. She rebuilt her riverside home 5 climate-induced disasters until finally moving to a slum in the city. On paper, she's a success story because she's a homeowner, she's an entrepreneur with the children in school. Yet, if you spend a moment with her, all she really wants to do is go home. For all her success, her new home has never felt like home. So we have been thinking a lot about this at BRAC, about how we can better support people to adapt on climate impacts. In addition to understanding what people on the ground actually need, there are 3 fundamental areas that are often lacking, and we BRAC also are guilty of many of these. The 3 things, and first thing I would, these are, one is collaboration, the second is funding, and third is localization. So let me start with the lack of collaboration part. So much of adaptation is about work that we have been doing today is about, until now, is very piecemeal. And I'll come back to what we are how we are changing that in a bit. It's very piecemeal, incremental, and short-term. And the climate crisis, on the other hand, is compounding, overlapping, and extremely multidimensional. We are sitting in these bubbles celebrating a farmer who just got a successful yield while they're forced to spend all the profits the very next day traveling to a hospital far away because of a stroke exacerbated by a heat wave. We need to think about all these friction points of the lives in people living in poverty. We need to keep poverty at the heart of it because poverty increases vulnerability to climate impacts, and climate impacts drive people into poverty. But that's not enough. Climate impacts are very complex, unpredictable, and inconsistent. So they're happening really fast, but also really slow. We have this mix of rapid onset events like flash floods, but also slow onset events. People go to the beach for a swim on their holiday and they can see the sea level rising, while women in Bangladesh are getting hysterectomies in their 20s to avoid cervical cancer because of continued exposure to saltier water. And third is we also need to be able to, from now on, in all climate adaptation program, manage continuous crisis. Just in the last 1.5 years, there were 9 major disasters, including 3 cyclones and 4 floods. And every time we had to stop work, get prepared and respond, support people to recover, and then we could restart again. So often when we are designing climate adaptation projects, we are only looking at one of these aspects. Is it gonna be an agriculture work? Is it gonna be a disaster work? Is it gonna be supporting with the climate science work? The reality is that we need all of them together. And, but we are not talking to each other. So humanitarians are just doing the disaster works, development folks are doing poverty work. What climate scientists talking about the climate work, and that information is not coming to the hands of the farmers. So how do we fix that, right? Second is lack of funding. There is simply no money on the ground. I think there isn't even a conversation about it. Tons of intermediaries are getting set up. They have no idea what the realities are. And to unlock that money is impossible. I'll tell you one, I run one of the largest NGOs in the world. And I have not even seen even $1 million. And you know, for countries like Bangladesh or India have been so vast in terms of the need, there has been nothing coming for, so not even in millions, right? So we urgently need adaptation financing. And for that, not only to allocate and talk about it at COP, but that to show up on the ground for comprehensive initiatives. And third is basically the lack of localization as a whole. And but take Bangladesh as an example. We are about the same size as Tamil Nadu. We have got coastal areas in the south, semi and highland area in the center, wetlands in the northeast, and forests in the hills of southeast. And climate is affecting all of these areas differently. And there is cyclones on the coasts, drought in the highlands, flooding in the wetlands, and landslides in the hill tracts. And that's broad strokes. Climate impacts are hyper-local as well. They need hyper-local solutions. Some areas will need more agriculture extension work, officers, some areas will more on water solutions, and all of them will have great ideas, which none of us in this room can even imagine. The basic ingredients of a comprehensive approach will need to be there every time, but different parts will need more emphasis depending on local conditions. At BRAC, we'll be starting to tackle this, learning from all of these failures. And I think with a new integrated model for adaptation, we have sat down with people like Minara and mapped out 5 key areas. And these are, one is around actionable climate information and services, data and science translated in a way that can be understood by and acted upon by everybody, or anybody. Reliable current weather information so farmers know when to plant, but also seasonal predictions so that they can apply for finance in advance to purchase seeds or other inputs, as well as longer-term information over years and decades so that policymakers and investors can drive system-level changes. Then we're talking about climate-smart financial services, tailored insurance products to protect people from shocks, and is available to smallholder farmers, and loans with repayments plans that match seasonal calendars. Third is the climate-resilient critical services like health services, affordable water and sanitation services in a way that can withstand climate shocks. Initiatives like rainwater harvesting and reverse osmosis, low-cost, scalable solutions to meet the huge and urgent needs. And third and fourth is, of course, fixing the nationals, working with the national systems and building capacity, because more and more we are realizing that we have to fend for ourselves. So at the end, right? So, and we are also designing it in such a way, layering on top of microfinance network, that it will sustain without grant funding. So last point is that if we want to actually now get adaptation right, we've got to start with putting Minara at the center. We've got to understand what she needs to stay in her home, then not only just survive, but thrive, then build a model that brings together expertise from development, humanitarian, and climate sectors to ensure she can access these services. Then we'll need to customize it to make sure it works specifically in her village, and at least in the start that will need finance. Not with trillions on paper, but with millions that actually get to the ground. I'll close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asif ji. Will you go next, Harini?
That was a wonderful opening, and it's going to be a hard act to follow that, but I'm going to talk more from the perspective of an academic who's been looking at climate change and complex systems, and talk a little bit about why we need to think of maladaptation as a complex systems issue. So how do I do this? Perfect, okay. So one of the things you might have seen is that the Stockholm Resilience Center and other scientists have put together the fact that there are 9 planetary boundaries in the world, and we as humanity are transgressing many of these, all the ones in the red: biodiversity, climate change, pollution, phosphorus, nitrogen in the soil, many of these other things. The UNEP talks about this, saying that we are facing a triple planetary crisis, and they simplify the planetary boundaries, which can be admittedly quite complex to look at, saying there's climate change, there's biodiversity collapse, and there's pollution. And yet, I think a lot of what we have focused on has been climate change, climate change, climate change. And in climate change, we're talking about carbon, as though that is all about climate change. So we really need to go back and see what are the factors, what are the 9 planetary boundaries, and even if we can't think about them that way, how do we think of at least these 3 on the environmental, ecological? I'm not even talking about the human front and, human beings and their experiences and their interactions with this, but looking at these 3 factors and how they relate to each other. The climate change, by the fact that we have a biodiversity collapse, we're in the middle of the 6th greatest extinction. In fact, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which is not as well known as it should. The IPCC reports are very well known, but the IPBES is now putting out reports, is saying that climate change is not the greatest threat facing humanity. Biodiversity extinction is going to be even more of a threat. For instance, we're losing 1 million species, and what happens when we don't have our pollinators and we don't have food? Right? So there are many more existential crises which are at least as important as climate change, if not worse. They're also interrelated, I think, in ways we don't recognize enough. This is World Resources Institute slide, talks about the fact that when you go from 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, you're talking about an exponential change in terms of biodiversity collapse. For instance, coral reefs, 76 to 90% are already affected, but if you get to 2 degrees centigrade, an ocean that is 2 degrees warmer than historical levels, you get 99% of coral reefs in the danger of collapse. And of course, there are coral reef scientists here who know what I'm talking about. There is also so much other stuff that is going on. For instance, sea level rise, species loss of vertebrates. You can see in every place there's an exponential impact between climate change and biodiversity. And why I'm stressing this again is the complex systems perspective, that these 2 interact in ways that we don't necessarily understand very well. And because of these interactions, any intervention we make can have unintended side effects. So here's another interaction. Pollution and climate change interact. And something we don't realize enough is that India has been spared a lot of the effects of climate change because we have so much air pollution. Because across South Asia, across many parts of China before this, we had so much soot. And what pollution soot sulfur does is it sends the solar radiation back. So it doesn't really come to India as much as it should, and it gets reflected back. And a few years ago, there was a lot of discussion about the fact that you had international ships moving around the world, and they had 3.5% sulfur levels in their fuel. This was reduced through international treaties. It was a success, reducing it to 0.5%, which meant that people living along the coast have much better health. Ocean life is less prone to the impacts of harmful sulfur. China similarly cleaned up its urban emissions and has really done a massive cleanup of its cities. However, especially in the combined effect of both of these, and especially the reduction in ship emission, new research by James Hansen is saying that this has led to this kind of aerosol pollution that we had, greenhouse gas related warming. And so a lot of the recent warming that we've seen in the past 2 years is apparently due to the fact that we've actually reduced ship pollution. So how do we deal with these kinds of unintended effects? I think these are the questions we ask at a smaller scale when we're doing things that are local, at a larger scale when we're making global interventions. There's also social complexity. The hottest districts are the hottest districts in India where we should be planning our interventions. Or are they the districts, as we heard from Bangladesh, where people are least able to deal with heat? So there's a complicated effect here. The most vulnerable districts in India in terms of their capacity to deal with any shocks are really central Indian districts. Whereas the most vulnerable districts in terms of the humidity and heat, the wet pulp temperature, actually the South Indian coastal districts. Right? So that's the kind of complexity that we're dealing with in a complex systems perspective. And it is this complexity that is leading to the tipping points that we don't sufficiently articulate when we focus on carbon, and mitigation. Right? So for instance, if you have a forest fire in Australia, it leads to more ash on New Zealand glaciers, which leads to more melting. And once those glaciers are melted, they're not going to refreeze just because you remove carbon from the air. In fact, there are a number of global vulnerable tipping points. I'm not going to go into these, but once atmospheric or ocean circulation stop, we're going to have large-scale effects on weather systems, right? And so climate change is a complex system, especially the conjunction of climate change, biodiversity, and pollution is an extremely complex system. And at the core, I think, as Rohini mentioned, was unknowability. And in management terms, as some of you will know, that it's a lot of talk about knowable unknowns and unknowable unknowns. And what we're really dealing with is unknowability. Many times we talk about the fact that we need to plan what to do because how do we know that climate projections are real? How do we know that there's going to be 1.5 degrees warming? And when we have other urgent crises, scientists should wait till they can have better models and they can tell us more. But the point is, these are unknowable systems. We will have to act in a world where indeed change is the only constant and unknowability is a fact of life. So the next part of my talk, I'm going to talk about how do we actually make the chances of failure less in a world of unknowability, right? So we have complex systems and wicked challenges, and we need to deal with unknowability. But as Huda was telling us in the morning, we don't have the affordability of time. We really need to deal with unknowability without paralysis. So there are 3 large challenges from a complex systems perspective. The first one is it's difficult to predict the time of collapse or the location of collapse. It's also difficult to reverse collapse because some of these things like glacier melts have long-term lock-ins. And you have issues like COVID, which is a classic black swan, that it's unlikely, but when it happens, it is going to cause catastrophic damage. So do you deal with a black swan effect and you protect against that, or do you act in some ways that you can lead with action? And the first thing that complex systems perspectives will tell you is the precautionary principle. Stand away from the cliff. That is, if you don't know the moment of collapse, but you know that the danger of collapse is real and it's got a long-term lock-in, don't go close to the cliff. Stand back, stand to the safety, and make your safety parameters a little large, which means really don't rush to scale, especially in untested areas, new areas like carbon capture, without monitoring, without starting at a small scale, without testing, without monitoring. And this is a classic, Johan Rockström slide where there's this gentleman to the waterfall. Should he be standing so close to the waterfall, or should he move a little bit back? Right? The second is when you look at complex systems, and we heard this before, there are slow and fast variables. So for instance, a classic fast variable that one could deploy is finance. A classic fast variable one could deploy is technology, and we should. But we also need to change human culture, and human culture is a classic slow variable. It's very difficult to change human culture. And so how do you, for instance, on consumption or waste management, how do you change human culture? That's part of the difficulties of waste management. It's not just setting up waste to energy plants, but it's also dealing with how people view waste. And so one must invest in slow variables. And I think, again, a very classic example of failure is the smokeless chulas. The number of smokeless chula designs that have come across Asia and Africa, we should have had all of the women moving to smokeless chulas. But nobody sat with the women and asked how they cook, how their families want to eat, what they want to eat, and looking at culture and designing a chulha that fits into that culture. The second thing is, to do that, one really has to find that lever of maximum influence. You need to have interdisciplinary teams in your organizations. Typically, we have a tech team, but we don't have a tech team coupled with an anthropologist. We need to have that, and we need to have someone from the local community as part of that team. The third is that we need to rely on group shifts. I mean, there is classic literature from analysis of groups that says that if 3.5% move to adopting a new approach, for instance, a smokeless chula or composting, then it's very easy to get from 3.5% to 70%. If 30% of the people get onto the streets, then government's risen. But does that true? Does it work across societies? We don't know. We have to think of those. I mean, I think 3.5% is not absolute, the 30% is not absolute, but some of those can be guiding principles that we think of in terms of investing in understanding slow variables and making those interdisciplinary teams. And the third is the fact that we're dealing with very little knowledge and acting at a time of great unknowns. And there, I think we need to learn from ecology itself. Ecology has always prioritized principles of redundancy for resilience, not efficiency, so we need to build in redundancy. We need to build in adaptive management. Very often, all my friends who apply for grants and the people at the other end who give grants will also know that people want a 3-year plan where everything is specified. And I think, you were talking in the morning about mission creep. I think it's equally dangerous not to allow mission creep. Because what happens is if you have a 3-year plan, there is no way in a complex, unknowable world where you know exactly what you're going to do in year 3. I think you must have a plan, but you must allow for the fact that your interventions in year 1 and the fact that the world is changing around you will lead to changes in year 2. And so your plan should be able to adapt itself, and you should not have blueprints. You must have local adaptation. You must have no 5-year lock-in plans. You must acknowledge that the best plans can fail, contexts will change. And therefore, when you design, I think it's very important to design what people call safe-to-fail interventions that are modular, that can be easy to change. So for instance, infrastructure. Why are cities are the best examples of stranded assets, I think, especially in a time of climate change, because we haven't designed modular cities and safe-to-fail infrastructure. And all our infrastructure from now on should be safe-to-fail. Pieces that you can take out, new pieces that you can plug in. Otherwise, we're going to be left with these stranded assets. I'd like to wrap up with two things. One is a very important report that I think many people should read. Elinor Ostrom, of course, very well known for her Nobel Prize in economics, did a report on SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency, and the report is up on the SIDA website to access. And SIDA actually reached out to them asking for inputs on how they could reduce failure and learn more. And the report highlights two things. So individual learning, what you need is more long-term staff, not temporary staffs, less frequent project transfers, and this is something we see in our administrative system too. When you move every 3 years from place to place, you don't have knowledge and learning. And what happens is you can't transfer field learning to evaluation because you've already moved to a new project. That's for the individuals. From the organizational perspective, you must build in opportunities to learn with beneficiaries because there's a power asymmetry. When you're a donor donating, you tend to think you have all the answers and you approach your beneficiaries as, here you are, I know exactly how I'm going to monitor you, I know what targets I'm going to measure you on. But what one needs to really highlight, and they've talked about this at the end, is they need to strengthen capacities for beneficiaries to do their own monitoring. And I love the example of the lady from Bangladesh. If she could do her own monitoring of think about how much that would build capacity. So I think that's what we really need to focus on. Reduce this power asymmetry between donor and recipient by seeing how they can be trained to do monitoring and evaluation. Right? And the last one, I think, just my own learnings from my own experiences, if you look back at how we set our goals, I think we need to step back a little bit and do a meta thing. How do we set our goals? If we have individuals at the center, we need to have justice at the center of everything we do. For instance, why are we then looking at private EVs to the exclusion of mass transport? That's something a lot of donors see focusing on, but we need to really be focusing on mass transport because that's justice and climate change. If you look at mitigation justice for the energy transition, we have a lot of focus now on just energy transitions. But there's a very interesting new paper by a group from IIT Delhi which shows us that the areas that coal are being mined now are not going to be the areas where the new renewable energy plants are located. How do you then transition these people who are working in coal mines out of coal? Because we need to do that. And give them jobs while we're doing new renewable energy transfers. Because if we don't do this, it's going to be a political problem. And if it's a political problem, politicians will not want to do this because their constituencies are justice focused. I think they recognize that very well. The third is afforestation. If you're looking at afforestation without the idea of restoration, we're not building in the safeguards which are social and ecological, working with state and communities, strengthening communities' capacity to see what they want to plant. And that's very important. Other ignored areas, food wastage, nobody seems to be looking at that. And finally, just the very last area which I find is a big no-go area which we should talk about, and Rohini talked about that very briefly, is unless we look at the area of reducing consumption and behavioral change through policy initiatives, and unless donor agencies start asking for this, we're not going to have this. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Harini. That was a lot, and we'll talk more. Anshu, you said you don't have a presentation, but I have to set you off with a question. Anshu is another revolutionary like our Harish, who designs programs and projects and processes based on distributive justice and a very interesting concept of dignity. For those who don't know, please look up goonj.org. Is that the correct website? Goonj, especially for visitors from outside India. Anshu, given the two earlier presentations and your work very directly with millions of people on the ground affected by human hubris and many of our failures, what should we be concentrating on, and where are you seeing failures on the ground? Or say anything you want. You just wanted a trigger.
No, thank you. No, as a mandate, let me just start with the personal failure. Right? And a big failure that was, I believe, 2020 when the COVID happened. And we saw millions of people across the globe walking, okay, walking on the road, certainly. I cannot count on what Gunj did and all because that was our role, fine. But the biggest thing which happened to me personally, when I was also going through COVID myself, and then inside that room, you just kept thinking that what kind of society have we built, fine, where there is no trust at all. How come a person who is ironing your clothes every day, who is cooking food at your home, who is driving your car, suddenly gets up and starts walking? And is this the society we want to build? That's a very basic, fundamental. And I said, fine, I understand that 1,000 people of Gunj, none of them started walking because there was certain kind of trust. But am I limited to that? Or is it a personal failure that my neighborhood also, no one should have been walking? The problem is that we all are trying to save planet without understanding that planet is already saved. It is evolving. Right? Is people like us, is the human, is the species, they vanish. Planet is saved, is reshaped all across. We are not trying to save, say you can say, humanity in that way. That is the crux of it. I'll share a couple of examples, fine. I must have shared back in 2018 also, but that's an important example for me. We were in central India, in a village and in the district of Khandwa, and people just took us to a river, which is a river which only flows in monsoons, right? Not a regular river. And they just wanted to show us the village. It was a small village called Salidhana. We saw the entire village. We came back and we started talking about what are the issues and all that. They said we need water. We said, but why water? There is a river, there's a hand pump next to that, and it's an absolute water catchment area. Okay? And it's a small village. So why do you want to? They wanted a well, actually. They wanted to dig a well. So we said, why well? And our concept was that that hand pump will not even dry because it's a water catchment area. This old person sitting there, very calmly listening to me, and then challenging me that you are absolutely right, beta means son, that hand pump never dries. But in the monsoon, when the river overflows, we can't even reach hand pump. So all your theories of access to water catchment area fail. Then this guy says we have to dig the well. We said fine, but we don't have any experience of that. But have we ever made an effort? He says yes, look at that, 100 feet, 150 feet people tried, but the water never happened. I asked him, but any reason? In Hindi he said, "Unhone hamari suni nahi," which means they didn't listen to us. So we said, what is that you wanted to tell? He said, I'll tell you where is the water. He gets a coconut. And they roam around with a coconut. At a certain position, coconut changes position. And people like me laugh, right? Because we believe in the concept of giving fish or teaching fishing, which is such a nonsense, because that comes with an absolute arrogance that the person does not know anything. I will give or I will teach. So we come from that thought process. So I started, you start laughing, what is this? I mean, this guy is making fun and all that kind of stuff. But then you say, no, but 40 people are trusting him. Right? And don't mind it, but he's not like a consultant who will just consult and go away. He has to remain there. He'll face the consequences of it. So, okay. Are the consultants clapping or the others?
I think we see a lot of pain from experiences here.
So, and it was my arrogance which was stopping somewhere, because the moment a person does not wear good cloth, and that also I decide whether that cloth is good or not, whatever he or she says, I call it superstition. We trusted. They dug the well. In about 18 feet, we got the water. Since then, we have been using coconut to find the water. Okay? Now, a lot of people question, no, but what is the relation? How can it happen? My answer to that is that what is the relationship between the water inside the coconut and below the earth? I give a damn. Fine? It is the role of scientists to find that. And if they are not finding, it's not the failure of that idea or that practice, it's a failure of science. It's very simple. Science has not reached there so far. Now, the fact remains, and it's a very important question for all of us, that say about 20, 30 years back, there was no technology in this case, there were no machines, but every single village in India and many other countries used to have a well. And that's how we survived, that's how we've grown. So there was something working. The problem with this world is that we are trusting artificial intelligence, which is artificial. And we are not trusting, as I always say, GRI, which is the grassroots intelligence, which is actual. Large number of solutions are lying with people. And today we are very fortunate that we have machines to top up. Right? Even if someone says, a machine can top up, machine can find out further, but at least listen to people. And that's one of the biggest failure in tackling, or especially in terms of disasters and all, from the people who are the most affected and who have who play hardly any role in creating those disasters. The second part of the failure, we were in Kashmir, and we do this massive exercise called Cloth for Work. Amla has already, Rohini has already given the link, so you can always look up to that. But the whole idea was that how do we take care of the material poverty, not as a charity, but with a lot of dignity, where people solve their own problems and then they earn in kind, right? They're rewarded in kind. So we were in Kashmir, we got a call from Kashmir, and the people called us, we were working, and they said that, please, you have been working in so many villages, we want some work to happen here. So my team went there. There's absolute remote village somewhere. They spent a few hours in going there because they had to climb up. The community was sitting, and the community, so the first thing they said that maybe, they will ask for a road. That Cloth for Work exercise, we all have to create a road. The guys sitting there, they said, no, we don't need a road. Road in any case government will make, sooner or later. We need an akhada, which is the wrestling ground. Right? Now, there is no development work which talks about wrestling ground, Shamshan Bhumi, burial ground, and which are the need of people that we find. So we said, no, but why this? But we don't argue, because we listen, because it is people need. Who am I to talk about what is need and what is want? Who am I to talk about it? It is the community which will decide what is need and what is want. Right? So we said, okay, fine, let's do it. So a lot of people got together. For many days, they created a very beautiful wrestling ground on the top of the mountain. Right? And then they started playing and all that kind of thing happened. Later on, we realized that that was actually the biggest need of those people, because that was not just for the game, but it was a social gathering. This was one way of getting together 30, 40 villages together every 3 months. And when these 30, 40 villages used to get together, there was also a lot of business which was happening there, apart from social relationships and all. But it all happened because we listened. If you don't listen, you say, no, road has to happen. Then road would have happened. The problem I always feel is that, especially when we deal with the disasters, and that's what we were talking about, we are not even understanding what is a real disaster. Even today, you calculate the gravity of the disaster with the number of dead bodies. That's not the right criteria at all. You evaluate a disaster with what media has called a disaster. So when the city is affected, it's a disaster. Right? If we would have been careful in understanding the human and the disaster in a much better way, the COVID kind of thing wouldn't have happened. The impact of COVID wouldn't have happened in that particular way. Today we have the best possible ways of saving people in Odisha or any other cyclone. But are we understanding that that has reduced the the deaths in a big way? But when these millions of people go back to their place, alive, no livestock, no agriculture, nothing to eat, you have to restart the life. But because the dead bodies are not there, the society as such is not talking about it. So I'll stop here. Any other?
I'll ask you 2 quick follow-up questions. I remember you telling me that people's, this is my paraphrasing, quota of compassion seems to be over. I mean, how many disasters can we open up our minds, hearts, and pockets to? So you said there are disasters happening every day, but the donations have trickled down. You want to talk about that and rejig people's minds that we can't afford to be weary yet?
One thing in the world, especially in India, disaster is no more a subject of north or east or whatever. Disaster is next door. COVID has taught us. Few months back, we are launching this big thing called Goonj Alliance for Rapid Response in Disaster, called GUARD. And we were holding a meeting in Bangalore. Okay. Now, after all that small, conversations and exhibitions and all, there was one person who was very sad. And he said, Mr. Gupta, why we suffered majorly in the last Bangalore floods? I said, why? Is it not because of all kind of nonsensical construction? Because you go to Bombay, and when you go to BKC Bandra Kurla complex, everyone says it's reclaimed. And I always remind people that it is not reclaimed, it is claimed. The sea will reclaim.
Yeah.
It is reclaimed.
Absolutely.
Across the globe, all the low-lying areas have high-rise building.
Yes.
Right? You get a road in front of your house, and after a few days, authority will or someone, your resident welfare association will come to celebrate that road, but will also tell you that now you live in the low-lying area. Right?
Yeah.
Although my house was safe earlier. So this guy was very worried because he said that, we suffered because we didn't have a boat. I said, in the cities, to survive, to save yourself, you need a boat. Is this the way we are thinking about it?
Yeah.
Can't we go to the basic fundamental things?
Yeah.
For years, when you talk about the floods in Bihar and Assam, the normal sentence used to be, no, but out there it happens every year, which you must have heard a lot in Bangladesh.
In Bangladesh, of course.
But the fact remains that if it is happening every year, it's much important for us to respond to that.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Because what we are not understanding, even in the sector, whether it's corporate, government, sector, as human, whether we are working on health, education, whatever issues we are working on, the moment a disaster hits people, the first issue is of the survival. All your health or education related initiatives will come later.
Right.
First people have to survive, and then they have to sustain. So what we need to understand that disaster, you call it climate disaster or whatever disaster, these are new buzzwords. Disaster is a disaster, whether it's human-made or natural. All of us need to respond.
Yeah.
All of us need to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's not a dead subject.
Okay. Another quick response from you. We're talking about failures, but we use failures to springboard into positive action. Otherwise, there's no point in wallowing in failure. I remember you telling me you started a campaign in the villages of India to let people understand what they have rather than what they don't have. So changing the mindset of scarcity to a mindset of potential abundance, just put their assets, human or physical. Can you talk very briefly about that, and then I'll go to Asif for more.
So Rohini, I think we need to bring a change fundamentally in our language and the lenses. The fact remains that the farmers in India who have come out with 8,000, 10,000 different variety of rice.
Yeah.
The farmers who can, plug 2 parts of mango and innovate the 3rd variety of mango. We are still calling farming an unskilled profession. Right? we're still calling them poor, whatever. You give them 5 kg of rice, you call them beneficiaries without understanding that for the last 50 years or 100 years, we are the beneficiaries of the farmer.
Yeah.
It's a constant. So this word is a problem. So what we are doing is called Gram Swabhiman, which is the self-respect of people, where we are going everywhere. And we don't start, normally when all of us start with the community, the first thing which we talk about is that what is the problem, what should we solve, and all that. We only talk about what do we have.
Yeah.
And then they list a lot of things, then you say who is poor, then everyone raises hands, unfortunately,
Yeah.
because that's the conditioning.
Correct.
That's what we are trying to change, that you might be financially weak.
Okay,
you're
we're
not
running out
poor.
of time, but remind me, you said some powerful things. They said, when you shifted from that we are poor to what we have, say 3 things they said we have. Say 3 things and I have to move because they said only 10 minutes, which is not fair because you started late, but yeah.
No.
What did
So
they
when
say
you-
we
when you-
have?
They have jungles, they have
Jungle.
oxygen, they have
Oxygen,
nature,
they have nature.
they
And
have
you-
skill, they have
their
wisdom,
hands.
they have power, they have hands, fine.
Very good.
But they still call themselves poor because that is the power game all of us have been playing.
Right.
It's very simple.
Thank you, Anshu.
We want them to call themselves poor.
You know, I have to open it up to the audience, otherwise I'll have not done my duty. But you got your presentation time. I didn't give you a follow-up question, but the audience has the follow-up questions. Very quickly, we'll take 3 questions, especially for Asif and Harini. So, anybody from the audience? Yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself just by your name. Sorry, we don't have time. And please make it a question. We'll be happy to hear your comments during lunch break. It's okay, talk loudly.
I'm the founder of Niram, startup entrepreneur, Ram. My question to Professor Harini Madam. You have mentioned about the pollution related matter, that is with energy and also different areas. But one more thing is there, pollution due to war.
Pollution
due to war.
Pollution due to war, okay.
That is
So your
very
question,
important point.
okay, your question is?
That need to be added.
Okay, great, super. I'll take 2 more questions for Harini only, anybody, and then so she can talk, and then Asif to close. I'm very conscious of the time. Please raise your hand for Harini.
Hello.
Yeah.
Namaste. My question to
आपका नाम?
myself Satya from Orissa.
Okay, Satya ji.
आसिफ जी के लिए actually अभी बांग्लादेश में what is the situation actually after the this political conflict has been raised actually. What is the migration situation of the minority actually? We want to know about this. Sharing about the migration.
Okay, 2 more questions and then we'll go to the panel. Anybody? I can't see the audience. Can we have the auditorium lights on? Thank you. I can't see at all.
A question for Harini. Suppose tomorrow you were education minister. And,
Education
you know,
minister.
these topics are really important. Like, what are 3 big priorities
Okay.
for India?
Okay, poor Harini, next. Harini, climate change has a big impact on social sector and accessibility for the last mile. How can development not be hampered at the cost of impact? I mean, in the sense, we shouldn't be impact first, but development first, I guess is the question. Anyone else for Harini? Okay, she won't have time to answer more. I'm sorry to be so brutal, but there are many others waiting to do their sessions. So maybe I do have a question for both of you, and then you get your closing comments. Asif ji, we see Bangladesh in some turmoil. You are our nearest neighbor, and I mean, we are all part of the same large family. Tell us your thoughts on what would Bangladesh need, the SARC community, the community, how do we respond to your crises? And what have you all been best at? Both those things very quickly, 1 minute. What has Bangladesh been the best at, and especially BRAC? Because you are a really, really impressive organization. So these 2 questions for you. And Harini, for you, I've been reading a book which I urge you all to look at. You don't have to agree with everything, but it's called Inheritors of the Earth by Chris Thomas, who's at York University. And he argues, somewhat like Anshu did, that while we are in the 6th extinction, we don't know enough to call it the worst extinction. Nature is bouncing back in most unexpected ways. Life is responding to human development in most unexpected ways. And in many islands, for example, there are more species than there ever were. We don't know everything. We have to, of course, mitigate the worst, but not live in this idea of ecological doom and despair, because a lot of fun stuff, exciting, life-giving stuff is happening around the planet as well. So your response to that idea, and therefore how should we hold ourselves in this crisis moment? And Anshu, I'll give you 30 seconds at the end. Asif ji?
Yeah.
And we literally have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. So it's very difficult to say, but yeah, Bangladesh is in such a, I would say it's a crunch point. You know, it can go either way in many ways, right? So, but I think in a sense it's a crisis, but it's also, every crisis is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to change a lot of, bring in some fundamental reforms into existing systems that hasn't delivered for the people of Bangladesh. But I think at the end of the day, what we are seeing globally, whether it's in the US or other places, the people are asking the fundamental question to the politicians that what have you done for me lately? Essentially that is that Janata bread and butter question that people are not seeing, which is resulting into massive political polarization on one hand, but you also see traditionally left is, the working class group is moving to the right? That has happened in the US and that is happening in other places as well. So in Bangladesh, I think what we are now going through is Sri Lanka has gone through a few years ago. You asked about the question about SARC, but I think Sri Lanka has navigated this fairly well, to the point that they have had a stable election and a stable party, and the reform is going well. For us, the next step is to have an election, an elected party to come to power, and there has been some formal reform proposals that have been put in that will be implemented mostly, hopefully, by the elected government if there is subsequent political pressure. But the positive thing is that young group of people whom we thought that they were not, this is the I'm to politics generation, they have gotten very engaged and involved in many ways, right? But how do you channel this in the positive way, in the right way? That's the question, because you don't have jobs in that country as well. So that's when you don't have food on your stomach, no future, the energy can go in the wrong direction. So for all of us collectively, for BRAC and other organizations, what we are trying to focus on is this bread and butter issue, how to generate more employment, how to work with young people.
Thank you so much. I used to meet Professor Yunus at conferences exactly like this, as I'm sure many of you do. All of you better watch out, you may be required to run a country soon. Harini, your turn.
So the education question, very quickly, I think our children are stuffed full of information, too full of information. They should not, I would not add, I want to add. What I think they should actually have, and I'm going back to Rohini's opening talk, is a sense of hope. And I think that we should have opportunities in our curriculum for them to act on something that brings them a sense of hope, because they have hope, then they have agency, then they can do something. And there's something we're seeing everywhere. All the children, I think, with so much doomsday stuff going on that they see everywhere, there's a lot of anxiety. And we need to change that by a sense of hope. Rohini, on your question. So, I think we have to do a few, I think extinctions will happen. At any point of collapse, there will be bounce back. But evolution, if culture is slow, biodiversity and evolution is one of the slowest processes. So if you look at the 5 last great extinctions, which is what we can go by, 100,000 years later we will see bounce back. But that's the scale we will take to see bounce back. What happens to humanity in the meantime? What happens to everything else in the meantime? So I think there are some, studies of this kind, and I know that there are places where you see evolution, but that's the pace generally of evolution, that you will have the bounce back 100,000 years from now. And I think that's too long a time for us to wait.
Yeah, we'll take it offline, but he's saying evolution is speeding up. We'll take it offline, but I want that to stay. In the sense, I'm saying there's no perfect past. There's always going to change. The world and the planet is going to keep changing. So let's be part of the change, not try to stop the world and let me off or go back to a perfect time. That's all I meant, yeah? Closing comments from you, Anshu?
So, the fact that all of us who are sitting here are very powerful people, anyway, anyone who can sit in a conference on a working day is powerful.
Yes.
So, I think it's up to us. I always call it mosquito versus malaria. Fine. It's up to us that we want to treat malaria or we want to kill mosquito. Very simple example: when the road accidents happen, trucks, cabs, everything, we want to lit up the road more, make more speed breakers, make road wider, or go back and check the eyesights of the drivers. Because we have a headache, we go and get the eyesight checked. Think of every single truck driver, cab driver, public transport person. Do they have the capacities or thought or any initiative to get their eyesight checked? If we do that, the mosquito is killed and malaria will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you all. My apologies for involving you more. I hope you get much more chance. And with great thanks to SELCO again, let's have a great 2 days. Thank you, everybody. Okay, this has been refreshed 7 times, just in case you think I always do.
Thank you all for so transparently and boldly sharing your insights and reflections and really setting the tone for the 2 days. The failure to see climate beyond the silos of either people or planet is something we really need to strive to change and understand that the climate problem statement is not either people or planet, but it's one in the other. So how can we really center justice and learn from ecology and adaptation management, and who are we listening to? We have some gifts curated by our network of entrepreneurs from the hills of Riboy in Meghalaya to the villages of Manipur and the forests of Karnataka. The enterprises behind these gifts truly champion sustainability and local community ownership. Can we please have another round of applause for our first panelists? This year, we want to leave you with more than just the stories shared by our speakers. We want to leave you with a story of your own. To help you reflect on your experiences, we've designed a series of interactive installations that guide you through the journey, from associating failure with something negative to really embracing it as a powerful learning tool. As soon as you enter, the I failed wall at the main entrance is a space for you to pause and reflect. What emotions surface when you fail? Was it a mixture of feelings, or was it more operational in nature? As a recollection of the earlier conferences, there are Fail Loud audio pods situated just outside the auditorium, featuring short narrative stories from past speakers. Listen to our past speakers share their personal failure journeys, which are raw, honest, and insightful. The I Learnt wall invites you to break down your failures and articulate what you've learned. It also serves as an opportunity to see how others in your field are turning setbacks into valuable insights. Located near the networking area, the 3 artworks explore how biases, timeframes, and ideologies shape our understanding of failure. They serve as a reminder that diverse perspectives are crucial in tackling very wicked problems. We believe that identifying, analyzing, and addressing failure is just part of the process. Sharing those failures in a productive way helps the entire sector learn and grow, providing valuable insights and resources for others to take new chances. So much food for thought calls for a Hatti Kapi break. For our guests outside of Karnataka, Hatti means home and Kapi means coffee. And a fun fact, Mahenderji, the founder of Hatti Kapi, was one of our speakers at Impact Failure 2018. You can refer to his talk on our website archives. We'd like to remind the attendees that IIM Bangalore is a green campus, and we request everyone to dispose of any waste in dustbins only. We'll reconvene here at 11:30 for our next session on the promise and failure of philanthropic models. Thank you. 11:45. The next panel discussion is on the promise and failures of philanthropic models. Today, more than ever, philanthropies need to strengthen their role and accountability in reaching inclusion and environmental goals. We have Ms. Dhruvi Shah, CEO and Executive Trustee of Axis Bank Foundation, Mr. Ravi Venkatesan, Chairman of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and Ms. Landea Jose, Managing Director at Waverly Street Foundation. To moderate the discussion, we have our impact failure veteran, Mr. Manoj Kumar of Social Alpha, the founder of Social Alpha. We'd like to remind our audiences that we are using Slido to ask questions during the sessions. Please log on to slido.com and enter the code AskIF. IF is in caps. It allows you to like or upvote other people's questions as well so that we can avoid any kind of repetition. Can we please have a round of applause as the speakers come to the stage? Over to you, Mr. Manoj.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So welcome back from the tea break, and this is going to be a very interesting panel, as Rohini has already set the context in the previous panel, so we'll build on that. This panel has a very good distribution of various philanthropic models. We have Dhruvi from CSR world, which is extremely regulated, and the only channel of corporate philanthropy that was regulated and got introduced. So it's one way of philanthropy which has to deliver value within a regulatory framework. We have Lande from global philanthropy, and this is one philanthropic model where an individual has set aside money to be given for a cause over a set period of time. So it's not where you have an endowment and return of endowment to be invested. It's a philanthropy where in a 10-year period, Lande, you have to actually a great new model of philanthropy. And then we have Ravi representing GAP, where multiple philanthropists and institutional philanthropy has come together to create a re-granting model to allocate resources. What we are missing in this, and I wish we had a couple of other models, we could have individual philanthropy as well as public trust or public charities, where philanthropy is actually with the money that is owned by the people of this country, where the philanthropy is like state, where state is spending money from public finance and philanthropy is spending money from public charitable trusts. Unfortunately, we don't have a representative public charity, but we'll try to maximize this conversation between these three different models of philanthropy. What I'm going to do is to not talk a lot and request my panel members not to talk a lot, because if they exceed the time limit, next time they will be moderator. This has been the history of Impact Failure Conference, that if you talk a lot, you become the moderator in the next one, and you get rewarded for your failure to manage time accordingly. It has happened with me after 2018. Then 2022, I was pushed back to moderator, and now I'm a permanent moderator. Okay? So Ravi, Lande, Dhruvi, you got the message. So each one of them gets 10 minutes. Please try to share real failures where you think these were your failures, and everybody can learn from it. And then we get into a conversation building on the top of that 30 minutes conversation. Yeah? So we start with you. Yeah.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lande Jose. I'm really, really delighted to be here with you today. My slide's are already up, which is lovely. I wanted to share some reflections on the Waverly Street Foundation. And as I was starting to think about impact and failure and this conference and how it applies to the work we do, I started to think about where I learned the most about failure, and that was at home. I grew up the daughter of an immigrant mom who immigrated from Nigeria to the United States in search of an education. And like most children of immigrants, I was offered 3 careers to choose from. I bet you all know them. Doctor, lawyer, or, thank you. Those immigrating to the United States learn very early on that there's no room for failure, because what they've given up for opportunity, their homeland, their family, their community, and often their citizenship, compels them to be successful. And one manifestation of that success is that their children will also follow in that legacy. Thus, doctor, or, thank you. So failure wasn't an option, and we carry that psychological imprint with us into all parts of our lives. It manifests in a few ways. We don't give ourselves permission to fail. When we fail, we don't openly acknowledge it, and we've certainly learned not to talk about it. And that's why this conference is so important. Today we have permission to acknowledge and admit to our failures, and in doing so, we will learn together. So what does all of that have to do with Waverly? Well, we're a unique philanthropic model. We are both a startup and a spend down. And so we've faced a lot of challenges and opportunities in this very early part of our journey. And I wanna kind of contextualize that, because we're so early that it's hard to even identify what's the key failure. I can't say, ooh, there's this policy that we were trying to promote and we failed, because we haven't quite gotten that far. So, you know, that's the spoiler alert, that we don't have the same kinds of failures that potentially some of my colleagues here will be talking about. In our current form, we're just 2.5 years old. But I think where there is some salience is from some of the early lessons in helping the field of philanthropy to think about what constitutes best practice when it comes to spend down foundations. Increasingly, the public is asking foundations not to sit on their corpus of resources that takes place in the form of an endowment, but instead to solve immediate problems now. And so we want to add to the dialogue about how do we do that well. Waverly is headquartered in San Francisco. We're adjacent to the birthplace of tech, the Silicon Valley. And as many of you know, the tech companies of today preach this mantra of failing fast and breaking things. That is supposedly the key to innovation. And so the logic follows too that in social sector organizations, innovation follows by failing fast and breaking things. But one thing that we found is that doesn't actually apply when you are in the social sector, because it's not so easy, nor is it acceptable to grantee partners for you to fail and to break things. Because when we fail, it affects the communities that we are trying to serve. At Waverly, we are inspired by a world where our relationships with nature and with each other are healthy and just and joyful. We imagine a future where healthy food and clean energy are available to everyone, and that these advancements will result in improving the lives and livelihoods of regular people all across the planet. We believe that communities are the keys to making that happen. Through our work to date, one thing has become crystal clear, and it's a theme you've already heard this morning. If a philanthropic strategy does not put people first, it's on a fast track to failure town. When foundations forget to center people, their needs, their wisdom, their leadership, our efforts are significantly more likely to fall short of creating real and lasting change. So today I want to take you through kind of two of the big lessons that we've learned so far in our journey and the strategies that we've adopted to ensure that people stay at the heart of everything that we do. I also want to share with you what I think is on the horizon for Waverly, so that at future impact failure conclaves, assuming that I'm not a moderator, I can tell you what you can tell me to hold us accountable. One of the biggest lessons that we've learned at Waverly is that policies alone don't drive change, but people do. In the environmental movement, we've seen a pattern of focusing either on broad policies or high-level goals without really engaging local communities. When I was young, my first recollection of the climate movement was well-meaning environmentalists, and I grew up near Berkeley, right? Well-meaning environmentalists asking me to help save polar bears and melting ice caps. Powerful imagery, yes, but they missed the mark. The inevitable question was, what did that have to do with me as I sat in Berkeley, California? Imagine instead if the climate movement had started by focusing on people, those dealing with health challenges, with job displacement, with the everyday realities of a changing climate. I guarantee you that a mother who wants to protect her child from the ill effects of asthma is ready for a climate fight. How much more powerful would that have been? Too often, policy precedes getting people connected to an issue in their lives. A recent landmark international study showed that, shockingly, 96% of climate policies enacted since 1998 have failed. Macroeconomic policies like carbon pricing have nothing to do with the experience of that mother whose child has asthma. And as a result, progress towards building demand for climate change and climate-friendly policies has been really slow. In fact, it's really been climate disasters, extreme heat, fires, floods, and the ways that has compromised the lives or destroyed people's lives that has led to being the key motivator for people to suddenly become interested in addressing climate change. When policies are created without the energy and input from the communities they're meant to serve, they miss critical cultural, economic, and social nuances. This disconnect often leads to resistance, inefficiencies, and ultimately the failure to achieve the desired impact. The second lesson I want to share with you has to do with urgency over people. In our very, very early days at Waverly, we were eager to stand up an organization that could make an impact. So, what did we do? We decided we were going to travel the world. Our urgency was really well-founded, you see. The 2016 Paris Agreement stipulated that we all needed to limit global temperature warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and after a brief respite in this number during the pandemic, the last couple of years have been the hottest on record. So, we're making a global impact because we're facing a global crisis. We aggressively traveled the world. We visited communities, we listened, we learned, but what we didn't do as well was to think about how best to follow through. Our intentions were good. We wanted to respond to the urgency of climate change in culturally relevant ways. But in our rush to learn, we sometimes overlooked the importance of deeper engagement, of longer-term planning, and of making good on the expectations that were set by merely showing up. Moving with urgency led to a more profound outcome: eroded trust. Without the full readiness to respond to the immediate needs and the clarity about our learning process, our efforts were out of sync with what communities actually needed and when they needed it. When you step into a community with the allure of resources, but fail to meet their unique and immediate challenges and their aspirations, you risk doing more harm than good. And once you've eroded trust, as any teenager will tell you who's defied their parents, it's really hard to regain it again. Our mantra now is to remember that we can only move at the speed of trust. Putting people first requires acknowledging the complexities of local contexts and the evolving needs of communities. It also means being honest with ourselves about what we can and cannot do, despite our good intentions. It's about having ongoing conversations with stakeholders, about being willing to both stay the course and change courses as needed, and about learning from our mistakes. What a juxtaposition that is. We need to move more slowly in order to address effectively a looming urgent crisis. Taking the time to build relationships, cultivate trust, and co-create solutions with communities has been one of our most important lessons. Moving too fast without deeper engagement can jeopardize the very impact we're trying to create. These two lessons, one about philanthropy at the big level and then another about how we showed up, are shaping how we are executing our recently developed strategic framework. More importantly, though, they've caused us to think more carefully about how we evolve as we engage people both inside of our organization as well as in the world, so that we are modeling the practices that we want to see out in the world. So here are 3 questions that we are asking ourselves. How do we balance the need to steward resources responsibly against our desire to not overburden grantee partners with a long and laborious grant application process? How do we put people first in our due diligence? How do we develop a tolerance for risk without failing fast and breaking things, but enabling us to take on the legitimately big and urgent crises being faced in the field? And how do we use communications to create a deeper sense of community in which our grantee partners are seen, valued, and connected to one another, and which also cultivates a stronger and more trusting relationship between us and our partners? As we reflect on our journey, one truth stands out. Putting people first is the key to creating real and lasting impact, especially in the fight against climate change. Climate change isn't really an environmental issue. It's a people issue. It affects our families, our communities, and our futures. If we don't center people in those strategies, we risk falling short of the meaningful change we seek to create. Leading with humility, with collaboration, with inspiration, with transparency is how we are going to build trust and drive impact. Whether it's in policy development, strategic planning, or our day-to-day operations, the most valuable lesson that we have learned is that progress happens when we listen to, collaborate with, and empower the communities that we serve. At Waverly, we've seen firsthand that when we put people first, when we truly listen and learn, when we partner, that we create solutions that not only address the climate crisis, but also strengthen communities for generations to come. Our experiences have shown us that policies should never precede organizing or engagement, that they should always be thoughtful and intentional, that communication should be clear and transparent, both within our teams and with our partners. As we move forward, we remain committed to building solutions that are driven by people and for people, because tackling climate change isn't about reducing carbon emissions alone. It's about creating a healthier, more just, and more joyful world for all of us. Thank you.
Landa, thank you very much. Reasonably on time, but most importantly, thank you so much for being such a new foundation and still sharing, elements of failure in this, in the learning process, and especially the point I'm personally very impressed with the intentions that don't follow up with the action, and actual action, then trust is something difficult to build. So thank you very much for bringing that point. This must be music to every practitioner here, especially people who have been used to long due diligence and risk management processes. Ravi, can I hand over to you?
I'm next year's moderator, because I'm almost certain I'm going to
You will be competing with me for that too.
I wanted to start by saying two things. First of all, while I'm delighted to be here, I'm so delighted that SELCO year after year brings us all together. I personally don't like the word failure. And in my work as a leadership coach, I encourage people to say, don't use the word failure. Think in terms of setbacks and disappointments, which are part of learning and growth. And the only failure in life is quitting, giving up. And none of us in this room are ever going to be guilty of that. So I'm going to speak from that perspective. The second thing is, I'm not here as the slide says somewhere, GAP and so forth. I'm here as a fellow seeker. About 15 years ago, I began unwinding a corporate career. And I started down this path of trying to say, can I make any dent, no matter how small, in one of the big societal challenges of our time? And that's what these 15 years have been all about. During this period, I've been part of established institutions like Rockefeller Foundation and UNICEF. But a lot of my time has gone towards standing up new initiatives, new organizations, such as Social Venture Partners, which now is a network of 750 philanthropists across India. GAME, which is a tiny organization trying to catalyze an entrepreneurial movement in India to counteract the unemployment crisis. And more recently, the Global Energy Alliance, which is trying to end energy poverty, and particularly in the global south. And so I'm going to reflect on my lessons and takeaways from all these things, both as a funder, as well as a grantee, as well as a re-grantor. So it all is mixed together. I'm going to probably talk about 3 ideas. And the slides are not important. They're, at my age, you tend to forget something and then you kick yourself. It's more a memory jogger for me. Don't waste your time looking at it. The first point is this, which is, look, particularly in an experienced, enlightened group like this, we all understand the importance of systems change. We understand the limitations of mere programmatic interventions, important as they are. We know, and we've certainly been part of lots of programs where, when things stop, you come back, and there's like footprints in the sand, no evidence that you were ever there, let alone your work. So we know all this, and we know we should therefore work on root causes of systems and so forth. But despite saying all this, knowing all this, across all our initiatives, all our work, we repeatedly fall into the trap of programmatic interventions. And I've been asking myself, why is that? And it's because of something incredibly simple but very difficult, which is systems change efforts are really hard. You don't have simple ways of measuring success, right? It is ambiguous, uncertain journey. And I just learned from the Aspen Institute, I was talking to them, successful systems change efforts globally take a minimum of 15 years. And which funder has that sort of a time horizon? So funding, particularly CSR funding, comes with really short-term horizons, and they like to be able to measure success fairly quickly. And therefore, we repeatedly fall into this dumb trap of talking systems change, and at the end of the day, doing programs. And so that, for me, is one of the biggest issues. I'll come to how we are thinking about solving this. The second big failure is this: big bets and audacious goals. Now, I'm a big believer that we need big bets and audacious goals, because I think there's a great sense of urgency today around any number of issues, and we're talking about issues that are at population scale, planetary scale, and so incremental efforts we know won't cut it. Big bets are also important because you want to think out of the box. If you could get there through just incremental linear thinking, we would have got there already. So committing yourself to a giant goal forces you to think differently. And finally, the most important, if you want to get other people excited about what you're doing, you need a big, audacious goal. And funders in particular, we discovered, like big goals. It's easier to ask for $10 million than $10,000, okay? It shouldn't be so, but that's the reality. And so across all my various endeavors, we start out with a big bang. Rohini will recollect being in New York in 2018 with UNICEF, and we were announcing Generation Unlimited. And we said we're going to engage 1.6 billion people and prepare them for the future of work. How? No idea, but we'll get there. So, so I think it's necessary, but the problem is it's not sufficient, because like any moonshot, you don't know how you're going to get there in the beginning, and you have to have the humility to say so. And so you have to do what Deng Xiaoping talked about 40 years ago. He says, if there isn't a bridge, you have to cross the river by feeling your way across the stones. And so we need to, if we're going to go down this big bet approach, you need to build an organization which has a very different mindset, very different skill set, to be able to try many things and iterate quickly, abandon what doesn't work, and so on, and be tenacious about this and learn quickly. If you can't do that, then you quickly go back to implementing programs. And you have to do this while being constantly humble, because what matters is not what you know, but what you're learning. And as a result of the challenge of building such organizations and having funders along the journey who also buy into this mode of operation, usually what you end up, instead of a big bet, is merely a big announcement, okay? And the world has become really, really fatigued with big events and big announcements where, when all is said and done, more is said than done. So that's kind of the second failure mode, and I would say, rather than singling out any organization, I would say all the efforts, and maybe I'm the problem. What's common across all these is me. The third thing, the failure I would talk about is, I'll actually use an example, growtherator. What is growtherator? It's one of my favorite interventions, and we made it into a product. So in GAME, which is the entrepreneurship effort, one of the problems we were trying to solve is, why do small businesses in India not grow? They remain stunted, which is one of the main reasons why you don't create jobs. And you ask everybody, including the small business owners, including the finance minister, and they'll tell you, like, yeah, look, life is hard when you're small. There's all these compliance issues and bureaucratic challenges. You can't get a loan. And then every once in a while, lightning strikes, GST, demonetization, and COVID or whatever. How are you expected to grow? What we discovered is this is all true, but the most fundamental issue is the absence of a growth mindset in a lot of our entrepreneurs. And so we set about trying to address this. And we used the ideas of a guy called Dan Eisenberg at Harvard to come up with this growth accelerator. And what we did was very simple. We took cohort after cohort of 20 small business owners, put them through a 6-month program. We sat with each of them and helped identify a growth event, like launching a new product or going online or whatever, and execute it. And on average, across many cohorts over 2.5, 3 years, the average growth rate was 30% plus. Some businesses grew 300% in 6 months. Astonishingly good results and great positivity. There was one problem. There was no financial sustainability to this model. Let's say it costs 100,000 rupees to run this program. We didn't find, even after the first 2 successful cohorts, enough people willing to pay the price for this. So we said, okay, let's try pay forward. I had done Vipassana, I loved the idea of pay forward, and we tried that. Some people did, but not enough did. Then we went to all the rich businessmen in Ludhiana, and there are quite a few famous ones, and we said, CSR, would you support it? You love it so much. No. So finally we said, maybe there's a cultural problem in Ludhiana, let's go somewhere else. So we picked up our bags, we went to Nagpur, we went to Thane, etc. Same issues. So finally we just decided, look, there's probably something fundamentally wrong about our model, let's huddle and hit pause and figure it out. And this bothered me greatly. And this is true of a lot of our programs actually, which is as long as you're out there pushing, you're the one with bankrolling it, there's some evidence of progress, but fundamentally there's no virality to it. Then about a few weeks ago, I had a game-changing moment, an epiphany. I went to a program called Gandhi 3.0. Some of you know Nipun Mehta and his program and so forth. I was resisting it for 5 years and finally couldn't decline this year, so I went. And that's where, for me, the penny dropped. Not what was said in the program, but I ran into people, social entrepreneurs, who just completely have changed my perspective. One of them is a Vietnamese lady called Hang Mai. She gave up a corporate career to try small lot farming. And she and her husband have developed a model of agroforestry, sustainable agroforestry around Hanoi. And it's been sustainable. Then she had a word on a slide, a sentence in a slide. She said, today you cannot drive 20 miles without encountering somebody who's practicing this. So I got very excited. I said, how did you do this? I went and met her afterwards. She said, well, I said, how did you promote it? She said, I didn't. People heard about our work and they came to see us and we shared everything. I said, how much did you spend? She said, nothing. She said, money is like chicken manure. So I said, what do you mean money is like chicken manure? She said, well, if you use too much or too little, you have a problem. Okay, so we don't need money. We need love. We need all these other things. Fine. Then about 2 days later, we had a site visit and I went to it's not a dairy, it's called a Goshala in India. It's called Bansi Gir Goshala in Ahmedabad. And so there's this diamond merchant who got tired of his business and he decides to go try his hand at organic farming. And the core of it is the cow, but it's not for dairy, it's for the manure. Okay? And he's built a very, very nice circular economy with zero input costs around this. And he says, look, an Indian farmer, if he adopts or she adopts all these techniques, should be making 4 lakh rupees an acre. Okay? So I said, damn, and here's the data. He was very scientific. So I said, game changer. So I said, why don't you spread it? He said, well, it's spreading on its own. He said, today 6,000 farmers in 10 states have used my method. I don't do anything, but they hear about it, they come and I share everything. I share my secret fertilizer, which is this bacterial solution. He said, if they want a male calf, I'll give it to them because that will start the new breed, whatever it takes. And that's when I realized, look, there's a whole better way out there. And this better way is characterized by grassroots innovation, not innovation from Bangalore or Washington, DC. It's open source. It's about adoption based on pull rather than push. And it's not lubricated by money, okay? It's lubricated by sharing, and it's lubricated by love. What I saw over here was enormous love, okay? These people were just utterly in love with what they were doing and sharing it. And I was reminded of Mother Teresa, who says, look, there's no great things in life, they're just small things done with great love, and sometimes they become big. And so, you know, that's what really hit me. And I was talking to my colleagues this morning, and they said, look, when we look at the field where we work, it's all about transactions. And when we go and talk to these people, there is love, there's gratitude, there's connection. It's a different field. And by the way, there are no metrics. Nobody's measuring how many farmers impacted, how much did you improve their incomes this year, how much leverage did you get. None of these metrics are there. Nobody can tell. But yet it's happening. So I said, look, there's something out here that's very powerful. And there's probably a hybrid here. It can't be just the bottoms-up approach. There's some things which we need to do which are more catalytic. For instance, how can we get systematic about identifying such people? Number two, how can we amplify their work and shout so that the world discovers them faster? So for instance, just before the budget, I gathered up all the stories I know, including SELCO, who we love, and we sent it to the finance ministry. And bang, the economic survey, they're also desperate for content, right? So all the stuff shows up there. Wow. So there's, through very small things, without spending a big PR budget, you can actually communicate, connect. So I think there's a very different model where we can play a catalytic role, but amplify the work that's already going on. So let me pause here because the moderator is getting all excited. Look, I love these two phrases by Einstein. He probably didn't say it, but we say it often enough to believe he did, okay? But doing the same thing is not going to work. I think it's important to admit, and I'll say at least for our work, I will admit that the way we are going about it is not going to help us achieve our goals. And therefore, with that certainty, it's probably time to try something different. I don't know whether what we're trying is going to work, but it at least feels promising. And it's full of hard decisions, including who's on the team, which funders do you accept money from, and you know, if you can't measure through hard metrics, how do you measure progress? How do you get feedback? So, any case, I thought my job today was not to give answers, but to stimulate at least some thought.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
And you did a good job of it. Thank you. No, thanks. And also, you know, this whole idea of, you also brought it up in your talk, Anshu, that we go as external agents and trying to run a growth accelerator for people who already know their business and not promote what they have been doing and doing business and they know how to do business, right? And then making it, inflating it and spreading it around.
I call it installing democracy in Afghanistan.
Absolutely. Perfect. So, with these two excellent talks, Dhuri, it's your turn to share your experiences.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, or whatever. It's good afternoon. I don't have a presentation. There are days which our life is without presentation. These are some of those days, and I'm very happy not to have one. So, pardon me. I mean, this is my first time here, and I was honestly struggling. What am I going to say? Failure, very difficult to accept publicly. So I said, okay, let me see how it goes. Let me see what I feel. So here is what I have to say. The day started with a failure. The taxi I was supposed to come in had left the hotel for this venue with somebody else. And I was stranded, worked up, and then I realized there is no need. There's a nice rickshaw, Uber. Kind of take it and come. I figured my way. But that also tells you how structured and planned our lives have become. So moments like these are very necessary. So anyway, coming to us, I represent Axis. I've been told not to talk about myself too much, not that I do. We are a very old funding organization. We started before CSR. So we've seen life before CSR, we've seen life after CSR. It came with opportunities and challenges. The opportunity was we could scale up multiple times. We could invest in a very large program, and we could remain consistent with it. The challenges were obviously trying to join the dots. Joining the dots became a little tougher, but that's where our skills come in, and that's what we do. So since 2010, we were set up in 2006. Since 2010, we've been supporting livelihoods, rural livelihoods. It's almost 14 years now. Some of our partners are as old as our work in livelihood. We now work with about 50 partners across the country. So my boundaries are sort of, or experience lies around livelihoods, microfinance, communities, and well-being of the community. So that's where my ecosystem is. So what we are today and how we have evolved, a lot of it is based on what we've learned. How much it failed or how much it didn't fail, I don't know. But the fact is we do pivot every few times. We do pivot with every project we do. We do pivot with every geography we work in. Some of it is learnt, some of it is predicted. But that's something what we do consciously, is what we pivot. We've tried to design the model that factors in trade-offs that we want, but there are trade-offs. There are rigidities, there are flexibilities. Some of our partners are in the room. I'm very happy that they are here. And we try and be flexible. We don't use the word failure. We will try to. And it's a conversation we need to have, because the openness in CSR to accept failure is limited. I mean, I don't want to talk on behalf of the industry, but we don't talk of failures. The other reason why failure never became a part of these conversations, because we were built on failure, right? We were trying to, the whole social sector was trying to solve failures of other systems which were not working. So it was not really required to have those conversations, because it's an everyday thing. Okay, this is not working, we are solving it. Whether we acknowledge it or not, a lot of everyday work at the grassroots is about solving a challenge and solving what is not working. We just never thought of giving it a name, because it was so part of the DNA of working in the social sector. But over time, I guess, the sector is expanding, the donors are changing, the risk has changed for receiving the funding, and maybe these conversations don't happen. We all flinch very differently when we hear "Barish nahi hua." So gradually the conversation have changed, and maybe conferences like this are places to acknowledge that it exists in full force, and how we embrace it, and how we make it more open to public and people. So I'm glad to be having this conversation. So like I said, we are what we've understood as not working. Some of the things that we felt we learned in our model is we were creating exclusions in the way we were operating. And the people most in need were nicely getting excluded. And we've pivoted to do that. The pivot has not been easy. It takes us 2 years to sort of pivot to anything. We were too Central India focused. It became easy to operate in Central India, so we were Central India focused. We've pivoted to working in other geographies. When we said rural livelihood, we were also focused on farms. We were focused on land, water. Not that we can change every problem, but we had to broaden that definition. So we had to broaden that definition. So we have included other forms of livelihood, handmade, handicraft, craft, handlooms, which is a second largest job or income generating activity. So we pivoted. So some of these were our failures to include it from the start, and we've pivoted to include those. So that's who we are. Climate is something we never spoke of it separately, because we were solving it or trying to solve it on a daily basis. I could never understand why climate is a separate vertical. It runs across, because you're trying to solve the problem. The community has been adapting for generations. You're just trying to help solve it a little better. So it's integrated. We are trying to see how we do it better. Again, a learning that we've incorporated. It takes a lot to incorporate. And it's a lot of personal will that we as people bring in, and that is making these shifts happen. It doesn't happen without that. It doesn't, and a lot of confidence comes from the communities. If they are willing to walk the path Why are we not ready to be there with them to walk that path? Why are our NGOs ready to walk that path? Why are we not there? So this is how we have come to where we are. A lot of who we are today and what we will become will also depend on how we foresee the future and how do we mitigate some of the risks that are emerging. And I think it's important to talk about those now, then talk about them later as failures, and I would like to kind of dwell upon that a bit. Some of the present challenges we are seeing, and some of it is operational challenges as well, is heavy pockets of NGO concentration. There are islands of exclusions, there are islands of focus, maybe donor-driven, maybe policy-driven, maybe aspirational district-driven, I am not too sure yet, but we are having these pockets. So we are all of us excluding a lot of part. It's something we need to be mindful about. Everybody wants to work in the same area. The unit costs are going down, so you also want to rely and layer it, which is not a bad thing, provided it doesn't lead to exclusion. Different ideologies, when they start working in the same area, is confusing the community. आपने कल ये बोला था, आप आज ये बोल रहे हैं. So I remember in microfinance days when it was just near the bubble getting burst, we would actually go in the village and somebody is giving us 5 passbooks, saying, "Aapka kaun sa hai, aap le lo." So they were actually, the money was going from one lender to the other, and I hope we don't come to that situation where this is how I do my vermicompost or this is how I do it. Do I move from a bag to a ground or to a concrete tank? Because my donor has told me I can only do a poly bag. I mean, these are decisions that are small, but they are very, very important decisions when you look at it from a community. So these are potential failures. It's something we need to look at. You have the same issues in seed. You have the same issues in POPs. You have the same issue in water. So we are now confusing the community, and we are not using our money very smartly. This is something we need to be very, very cognizant about. The bigger problem we are seeing is the new generation, or people who are now working at grassroots, do not come with the same belief as in the past. The patient levels are very different. The association with the communities are very different. Not sure what is the solution, but we need to solve for it as a community, because that is going to impact the future of development or what we do. So that's a problem we need to look at. So these are the challenges we are seeing now, and we are trying to solve for it in whatever way we can. Collaborations both at the NGOs and at the funder level. I think collaboration conversation has been the topic for last 18 months. Most of the panel conversations are around collaboration, but nobody seems to be collaborating. It is next to impossible. We've tried, we've failed, we've tried, we've failed. I think what is different is the language. We all want the same thing, so where is the challenge? The difference is in our languages. Like Anshu said, why do we teach them? They already know. We say, we don't give the fish, we teach the fish. But the difference is, when you have a water crisis, we will solve for the water crisis, we will not come with the tanker. Whereas Anshu is saying there is local knowledge available. So it's this narrative and difference in the languages that sometimes becomes very confusing. Future, if I have to dwell on it, for the future challenges that will emerge, we don't know how it will emerge. So we are seeing it today, is the role of DBT. Good is people are getting the money. What will happen to that money? How will it get invested? So newer challenges are going to emerge. We could be a water focus organization, but we may have to quickly pivot to doing financial literacy, and that agility is required for the good of the community we serve, and that agility we need to bring in as donors, and that agility NGOs need to have, and that's where knowledge sharing will become very, very important, because that knowledge exists somewhere. We just don't need to recreate it all the time. We need to again go back to hyper-local from the large macro numbers and pictures. We need to go extremely hyper-local. We need to have place-based development and hyper-local collaborations. And again, we are attempting. We don't know what will happen. I always felt livelihood is a big challenge because I came from microfinance, and from microfinance we developed a livelihood approach. But the bigger challenge that I'm now seeing is migration and health. extremely complex to deal with, and very close to people's life. Not something we can very, very easily influence. Livelihood, you see an immediate impact, immediate outcome. You have a POP, you have a demonstration, it works very well. Doesn't work in health, right? So it's a very, very big and a very different challenge. How do we all gear up to it? No answers, but that's something we need to look at in everything that we do. The way to collaborate, there is no short answer. But I feel if we look at risk of people and the risk of the location or the environment, and then decide things, I think there cannot be multiple strategies that one can have. So hyperlocal, looking at solutions from a risk perspective, can probably reduce the potholes that we will have in the future.
So Dhruvi, maybe one round of questions we will probably be able to do before the time.
Just one last thing. Is we need to untangle conflicts and communicate better. And I would kind of end with that.
Thanks for giving that perspective. So we have some questions coming in, so I am not going to be asking my question, but we'll do the audience one. There's one question, Ravi, maybe you can take it because of your association with large philanthropic organizations, that the question is whether philanthropy agendas are driven by grassroots problems coming from the ground or they are top down?
Well, first of all, it's a very broad set of organizations out there. And so I wouldn't want to characterize all of them as this or that. But generally, I would say that there is not enough of the focus on people that you talked about and communities. And there are invariably good intentions, but they're incredibly top-down. So I think we are talking about moving the balance substantially in the direction that Lande talked about.
And Lande, there's one question for you that, as we move forward, whether philanthropy needs to look backwards in a reactive mode or look forward, in more anticipatory way.
Yeah, I think the moment that we're in is actually a difficult one. We're in a politics, both certainly in the United States and globally, where people are really desperate for philanthropy to respond to their immediate needs. Philanthropy tends to be strategic, so we're always thinking out, what are we trying to do in 5 or 10 years? And then the challenge that we really face is how, in fact, can we use imagination to plan for the future that we don't know what it will be? What's the scenario planning that needs to happen so that we're not, because right now philanthropy tends to address, there was an evaluation and I learned that this didn't work, so now I'm gonna fix that. Well, that may not be the problem in 10 years. So what I think the philanthropic sector right now is trying to balance is, how do you meet desperate immediate needs? How do you plan to do some things strategically? And then how do you imagine possibilities for the future and invest in some of those big bets, right? In those big, hairy, audacious goals so that you can actually meet the future needs as well. So it's tough.
Thanks. And Dhruvi, do you think, just wearing your CSR hat, whether there is an opportunity for CSR leaders to get together and start doing resource allocation decisions collectively rather than individually to avoid some of the problems that you have been narrating?
I think the most ideal solution will be to have a fund, right? And businesses collaborate, whether they do it openly or not. I'm coming from bank. We have 4 competitor banks. Businesses do collaborate. Somewhere we have not been able to do with CSR. Formally. Informally, yes, we do a lot of things to make sure that we all tend to be on the right side of things. I think it's a matter of time. CSR is just 10 years old, right? We are learning. We do not have people with experience running CSR. A lot of decisions need to be at the board level, so there are gaps at the board levels also. Because it is, it's because it is so compliant and it's increasingly becoming that, there is a bit of care and caution about it. I would say we need to give time, but we need to work towards a bit. And I think it will happen because we are trying to do that. All of us are trying to do that, so it will happen. We also have to keep in mind it's just 10 years old. CSR needs to be a qualification. We have people from marketing doing CSR. Usually it's the HR guy who is doing CSR. It's not a good way of running a very large fund. You need fund managers. And we need to, maybe through policy, we're also trying that, to have qualifiers. Your 3-month courses and 2 months online courses are not going to work. So that's a big gap that we have, and something needs to be done about it.
Thank you. So we have few more minutes, so I'm going to ask one controversial question then. One controversial question, yeah. So to each one of you, at least 50%, my guess is probably more than 50% people in this audience actually think that there are too many intermediaries between philanthropists and actual practitioners in the development sector. And there is a huge transaction cost that has been accumulating through number of consultants who actually tell us what we already know. From strategy consulting to MLE consulting to report writing to dashboard, DAX and everything, right? And also to allocate resources, where do you allocate, right? And who is the right grantee and all that. Do you think that the intermediary costs in philanthropic endeavors has just increased over the last few years because of things like climate change and some of the new areas where philanthropy is getting into, and probably people do not have deep domain expertise within the grant-making organizations?
Who are you looking at?
Each one of them. Oh, yeah, in your respective sectors.
Go ahead.
Really?
I'm not going to spare anyone because CSR community uses a lot of intermediaries also.
May I go
and
first?
So are the big philanthropists.
I have often, see, this game was new to me as of 2011. So I'm a relatively recent entrant from the corporate sector. The image I carry is of an animal that is ridden with fleas and ticks and parasites, okay? That some nutrition does get through, but there's so much of the other stuff. I don't know, I don't have evidence or data to say, is it getting worse or was it always bad? But if you measure how much of a dollar or a rupee actually reaches the pocket, it's got to be a extraordinarily small amount in most cases, is my feeling. There's another problem with philanthropy, that too from the global north, which is much of the money remains in the global north because the intermediaries are in the global north, okay? And I think the better philanthropies today are making a real concerted effort to make sure that the money is actually reaching the ground in the geographies that they care about. And I think that's a welcome, positive trend.
Thank you.
Okay. What I would say is my colleague Kai should probably answer that question, but I'm not going to put you on the spot. What I would say about intermediaries is it's a conundrum for us because I think one of the things that we do value so much is relationships. So there's a loss for us as a foundation to go through an intermediary because we don't then hold that relationship in terms of understanding what's happening on the ground. As we're starting to do our work, and we work in 5 countries across the globe. In addition to the US, we work in Brazil, Indonesia, India, South Africa, and Mexico. We're trying to do hyper-local work. And the challenge is we can't know at a really deep level what is happening in those places. We're trying to do some hiring in some of those places, but some of the work with intermediaries to date has been because they can actually be much more informed so that we're not trying to make decisions from San Francisco about what might be happening in the Yucatan, right? Or in some other place.
Thank you. Dhruvi, you have any view on that?
Yeah, so personally, our board thinks we are the intermediary, so we are not. No intermediaries. Some support we take on certain assessments. CSR also requires you third party. So we are the intermediary. आपको क्या चाहिए? आप खुद ही intermediary हो. आप ना fundraise करते हो ना implement करते हो. Good point, taken well. It's not, so we don't like intermediaries because, like you said, they control the relationships. It also takes away a lot of money. but then there is a lot of other money getting wasted. So like you have a failure conference, let's talk about how money is getting wasted. And I can start narrating it right now, but not the right place. And we need to be conscious for the purpose. If you honestly ask the community, they think all of us are intermediaries.
Thank you.
They don't need anybody.
Yeah. So I think we have time for one last question. Huh? Okay. Samir.
I'm sorry about this, yeah. Yeah, very, very short. So one thing we've learned in our journey is that a lot of interesting journeys of change happen when communities pick from a variety of different options and stitch together their own program. Right? Like you pick your health options from Vipassana and sunlight and exercise and Ayurveda or whatever, right? So you don't go to one provider and one thing. These are the most powerful journeys. They are by default ground up and they sustain. Right? And people iterate through various options and it looks different from village to village. And it's very interesting to watch. It can't be contained inside a program. So when you do this, what happens to attribution? The whole space of philanthropy is so, one of the reasons why collaboration is tough is because of attribution. How do we reimagine attribution to let this happen more often?
You want to do this lunchtime conversation? Because you will give a equally long answer. Okay.
No, Samir, I didn't get to the last bullet point on my slide, but there's one thing I've really learned is that the intention really matters because that's what manifests. And so if you're hungry for fame and attribution and so forth, you're almost certainly going to be compromising on impact, okay? And this is a great personal journey that all of us have to go through, which is getting comfortable with being invisible, anonymous, and just doing good work. But it's a very spiritual journey which takes time. But I think there's this beautiful inverse correlation, perfect inverse correlation between PR, fame, all those metrics, and impact.
On that note, please catch up with our panel during lunch and ask as many questions as you wanted to. Some of the questions you sent on Slido, I have covered them. You. So that I can talk about philanthropy, which I desperately want to talk about philanthropy. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was extremely informative to see how climate action is formed from a vantage point of philanthropies. Moving from a project to a programmatic mindset allows for flexibility and co-creation between stakeholders. Can we have a round of applause again, please?
Oh, we get goodies also.
We now have a special address by Shri Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister of the Government of India. He has held several ministerial portfolios including railways, power, civil aviation, commerce and industry. Notably, he served as the Prime Minister Sherpa to the G7 and G20, contributing to shaping India's official agenda for these summits. His tenure has been marked by significant reforms and initiatives aimed at modernization and sustainability across sectors. We're honored to have you, sir. Can we please have you on stage?
Good afternoon, friends. My dear friend, oh, that's my phone. Sorry for your failure to pick up the right one. So my dear friend and the organizer of this very excellent imaginative idea of Harish Hande, told me to speak about my personal failures. Problem is, you allotted such a short time that if I have to speak all about my all personal failures, there will not be enough time even for a few days. But it's a very interesting program and a lot of interesting ideas have been generated, and I was very thrilled to listen to my friend when she spoke about how one should not be positive. That's what your message was. So if I talk about failures, of my personal failures, and then we expect people to be more charged, may be difficult. So let me just pick up few of these and also try to do that. So number one, for me, because Harish insisted I must speak about my personal failures. So I don't know he's my friend or not. So Rohini was trying to put a very good perspective into all this. She gave a very powerful speech, so I was thinking her right place would be in politics, because she was speaking so well. Actually, by training, I am a chartered accountant. I never could imagine that I will ever be in politics. But I was always interested to do something good for the society. So I had a very large practice as a chartered accountant. But if somebody is running an NGO, a not-for-profit organization, I would do everything free. So end of the day, I landed up doing everything free for many people. So from that point of view, successful chartered accountant, but a failure in terms of cash flow. So I never thought that I will ever be in politics. But I was involved with a lot of organizations, maybe 150. And because I was doing everything free, I was obviously, if you do something free, you're popular. So people used to call me, invite me. So I became, and also I was relatively young, in my early 20s. So one day, and that's where some connection with Rohini's husband, is that I came across one of my friends who was contesting election for Saraswat Cooperative Bank. I was 23 or 21, 22. I just passed CA. So I said, he came to me, he was a senior person, said, can you help me talking to people to get me votes? So I talked to people, everybody voted for him. So I said, my God, nobody asked me who is the candidate. When I told them, they gave me a vote. So I said, why not contest myself? So next election I contested, which I lost incidentally. And that's a loss, we talk about failure. But anyway, I then became the youngest ever chairman of that largest cooperative bank. So that of course is the record, probably nobody can, so far not broken, it is difficult. And I was at all levels of cooperatives. But in a way, that first failure triggered and urged me. Firstly, I thought I will just try because somebody is giving me. I said, how can I fail in the election? It is all possible. So I said, it's not enough efforts. There are more than 200,000, maybe 250,000 shareholders. And no political, nothing. This is all person to person. And I, of course, won and then got into it. And because I got into the cooperatives, I obviously neglected my practice. And then one day I get a call from a political party to contest Lok Sabha election. I was in Indonesia on a professional work and I have contested. And since then I have had 10 cabinet positions. In fact, 2014, I had won 4 Lok Sabha elections. 2014 I didn't contest. But then Prime Minister Modi again made me this, as he said, G20, G7, and then of course I was the minister. So I had 6 positions under Vajpayee, 4 under Modi ji. But all this started because of that failure I said, how can one fail? But now that's a different matter. So that's why I'm saying if I keep talking about my failures, there are many, many more which will consume all the time that is available, and you are interested on the Rohini's philosophy of being positive. So actually, it's very interesting discussion that is going on since morning. And Rohini made a good point about collective failures. The failures as a society. Failures as a community. If you look at it, and that's what most of the people have talked about, is the overarching theme of not just this conference alone, but our interest, our engagement, the issue about our survival, one of the biggest challenge we are all confronting with, and all that deals with climate change. And if you really look at it, climate change, it's actually a biggest common failure of a society at large. One of my friends, Lord Nicholas Stern, where I also am a visiting professor in London School of Economics, he always says market failure. Because we all believe that markets can correct everything. Markets have the ability to send right signals, and that's why we came out with Kyoto Protocol, 3 market-based instruments. Joint implementation, CDM, emission trading. Because we said market needs signal and market will solve all the problems. I'm not doubting that idea. My friend Karl Pope is here, so he'll have different views on this, which I share. Many of these, we work together. But markets will succeed or failure is a different thing, but the biggest market failure that is ever seen by anybody is the climate change. So if you talk about failure, and that's the right way why you are doing this program on failures and linking to climate change, because that's the biggest failure of our ability to come out with ideas to prevent it and to correct it. So, and that's why first session was talking about those, one of the very interesting ideas. One thing is, I was just going through the program, and I think we have said the too big to fail idea. And that's again to deal with markets. Because where do you fail? You fail in marketplace. You make a product which doesn't succeed. The pricing is wrong, the marketing is wrong, something is wrong. It's a market failure of that particular product. So you said one of the themes is too big to fail. I think the big problem of this world is that first you allow somebody to become so big and invest all your resources, and then make sure it doesn't fail. Suppose if you put those same resources into making that small will survive, forget big to fail. Too big to fail is the correct idea. I mean, we are so intelligent people that every time you want to do something, we'll come out with such a camouflage idea that people say, oh, it's correct, absolutely right. It's too big to fail. But the right question is, why small cannot survive? If small can survive, there is no need to protect our bigger companies or bigger organizations or bigger entities to prevent them from failing. So small don't survive is a bigger problem in the world than too big to fail is a challenge that we have to deal with. But a small has always a problem. Like if you look at the world as a whole, we obviously have more than $100 trillion of GDP output every year. 100 trillion. It's not small. I mean, when we started the century ago, where were we? And we never heard the word trillion also that time, probably in terms of GDPs. And today we have done all that. But just imagine the same world where we talk about these numbers and get very enthralled by this idea that we have done so well. There are probably 80% of the people, 90% of the people in the world are facing a miserable life. Now that miserability is a relative term. Like Carl will tell you in the US, there are enough number of poor people. But the poverty of a person living in America is different than the poverty of people living in Africa. But that doesn't mean there is no poverty in the US. So that means that we have created a world where small have very big challenge to survive. And that's the biggest problem of today's world. And that's the biggest failure, collective failure that we have got. So one is climate change failure, on ecological failures, but more important are the social failures. We are not able to make sure that society survives in which every individual will have some reasonable, decent way of living. I remember Mahatma Gandhi used to ask this very pertinent question. Can you ever sleep in peace when you know that your neighbor is gone without food for the whole day and is sleeping hungry? So that's a question if we can ask to ourselves. And then make sure that his social failures can also be prevented. And then if you really look at it, whether climate change or all these issues of greater importance. And then the very important point that was put up in the morning was, let us focus on that person. And that's what you mentioned about people and planet. That was incidentally was the theme of G20 presidency of Italy. People, planet and prosperity. So that was 3 P's they were talking about. My point is, if we really want to survive in future and don't want to fail as a community of nations, we'll have to actually make sure that our entire thinking process has to change. Thinking process has to change in a way that we can, public policy must focus on this whole thinking has to change and put it on the people as a focal point. Now, how do you do that is a big issue. When you talk about people, are they same? There's so many people sitting in this room, each one has a different DNA, different priorities, different thinking. So how do you make sure? So that's the biggest challenge that world will face when we see development of people. Planet is easy to understand because that is something which is far more you can comprehend it better. But people, it's not very easy to understand. And every person like US, which largest economy of the world, with per capita income so high, you mean to say that every person in US will be happy? Or for that matter in Scandinavia, where it is also a very high level of incomes. So what is important is, when you talk about people, there are different kinds of people. And for making people happy, that should be the focus of all public policy. Sorry. If you want to make that, then you have to understand what a person's life ambitions are, life goals are. So there is, even if you make economic development, and there is so much of social inequality that arises out of that. With highest per capita income, there will be probably 5% of the top population will be sharing 80% of that income. So the problem is not economic development alone, but making sure that even others also get that. So how do you get that at the same time? So economic, social, physical, emotional, spiritual, all of that has to happen at the same time. And that's a bigger challenge. And there, whether we like it or not, we have to change our combined thinking to make it completely different than so-called modern paradigms of development. We'll have to redefine what development is all about. And if we don't do that, maybe for some more time we can continue like this. But I don't think there is too much of time for us, because there are so many forces which are trying to pull us down. And one of the big forces is, of course, the ecology. Because you cannot live in just by borrowing more and more from the planet and not survive with that. So I think we have a big challenge, and I think therefore there is only course correction we can do to avoid more failures is how do you bring this holistic development of a human being as a priority. It is not just one part of development which will be enough, holistic development. Whether you like it or not for that, I'm not talking about religion, we'll have to go on to spiritualism. See whether we, like how can the human beings have survived on this planet for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years actually. How they survived? Did they go to universities to understand how it worked and then that's how they survived? Did they acquire technical qualifications? Did they do higher education? Did they do technical courses? Nothing. How did they survive? Because every individual went into his own inner energy, spirit, and understood, how can I deal with a situation like this? Whether it's Ice Age or a Stone Age, he survived because he realized that's the only way I can survive. Because I have got inner knowledge. So that knowledge we are forgetting and we are trying to collect knowledge from outside. So every person has a different ability to get that inner knowledge. Because every person is so different than one another. And that is how the new development paradigm has to happen to avoid future failures. So individual failures can always happen and not. And there again, it's a very philosophical question. What is meant by failure? If somebody says, I not made $1 billion, it's a failure. Somebody says, I cannot survive because I don't make even $1 a day. It's not a failure, but it's a survival. So what is a failure? What is a success is all a relative term. And I think if we judge people by only on those parameters which are commonly understood, your focus on people will never succeed in terms of getting them on board, in terms of their satisfying their own life ambition. And therefore, I think this is where is a big challenge. Because how do you go to every person and how do you do that? We are more than almost 8 billion people in the world. How can you go to each and every person's individual understanding about 8 billion people and try to tailor-made a program for him? It's not going to be easy. But that's why we have to think about, maybe here technology can play a role in understanding that, and public policy can respond to that. We'll be able to avoid so many of these challenges. But climate change, again, just coming to this last point. Failures. How people live after failures. What they do to adapt to their own lives. A young boy or a girl loses the parents, she still survives. How? Because she adapts to the new reality. A young married woman loses a husband, and in particular in India, in rural India, it's a big challenge, but still she survives. Because she can adapt to situation. Now in this biggest challenge that we are facing, the climate change, the biggest intervention that is needed is adaptation. Like we adapt to our lives when we lose something, we become a failure in some matter, we adapt to that situation and move forward, move on. I think that is what we need to do in case of climate change also. Let us not talk about mitigation all the time. I mean, mitigation is necessary, no doubt about it. But I think we should mitigate the mitigation debate. And we should go into the adaptation one more. Because if just imagine, number one, this whole thinking is now net zero will solve all the problems. I always feel, thank you. Firstly, net zero is another 20 years, 30, 40 years. So none of the leaders of the world today will be there to look at what is the situation at that particular time. So they have made a right promise, they have created right euphoria, and they will be gone, well, maybe much before that. So they will not be there. In any case, even if you succeed, what about the historical emissions, which are already there in the atmosphere? They will keep continuing the climate change for another several decades more. So that's what I'm saying. I hope that this net zero doesn't result into big zero. What is important, therefore, is to focus on something which is so necessary. That is adaptation. Because if climate change is a certainty, adaptation is a necessity. So why not focus on adaptation? So if the climate change was a failure, market failure, we need to adapt to failure by doing adaptation to climate change. And that is what we really need to do aggressively. So therefore, all these, my friends from philanthropy, all the governments, everybody should focus only on adaptation for time being. Because long term, everybody is dead anyway. So we have to survive in the short term. And for that to survive in short term, we need adaptation. And therefore, I think this is what we really need to do. Otherwise, this absence of adaptation will be the bigger failure than climate change. It will create more social issues than we are facing today. And in fact, if you really look at it, the industrial evolution, that's what we actually try to find out whether temperatures at that particular time, that's a baseline. Because actually speaking, that was a big human intervention happened. And that's after that, it's all human-induced greenhouse gases which have gone into the atmosphere. That's why we calculate that. What was that? What happened in industrial evolution? Was it not technology? Was it not something that we did? We thought we had discovered fossil fuels. What is not technology? So we did that. So I think this is the beginning of a new era in which we'll have to focus on technology for something which is good for common people of the world. And to do that, we'll have to change the thinking to make sure that people-oriented development, which can really happen, but that people-oriented development can happen only when we understand people not as a generic term, understanding people as a person and try to work on that. That's going to be a challenge, and therefore we can use some technological input for doing that. So I think we all already late for the lunch, and therefore I don't want to create a failure in which somebody will go hungry. And therefore I would rather stop here, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Suresh Sahab. Thank you for this. I mean, I will tell you why I have a wrong friendship with Mr. Suresh Prabhu. Because once we were in a dinner together in Taj, you won't remember, during the India-US Track 2, just very brief, sir, others will go hungry if we both sit and talk. Sir, you can all leave any time. Huh? So the question is, when he was there, and then it was one of the most boring dinners, and then he had eaten first, and then he texted me and said, Harish, it's very boring, can we leave? So when you think the former Union Minister of India is texting you, so he must have, I mean, there's so much of traffic, I thought there will be a car ready, a police escort and everything else. So I'll reach the hotel faster, that's why I said yes. And then he goes out, and then I follow him, I go out, and then he flags down an auto rickshaw. And we go back in an auto rickshaw. So that is where I'm saying that he's been a politician who has brought in a lot of changes, and that needs to be done. But I think we need more like Mr. Suresh Prabhu. Thank you so much for having this today. But also, just to give you a brief on why we are doing this, again, people, when you're at lunch, be very brutal, extremely brutal on yourself. It's a failures conference. It's about your failure. And what he says, and what Rohini said, and others said, it's collective failure. It's let's start with individual, that becomes collective, because we got to be brutal. And I tell you, tomorrow we have a session on SELCO, because I have told SELCO to have, because I rate SELCO in all the 15 years of work, and I rate SELCO as 1 out of 100. It has only crossed 1. So I want to ask my colleagues, where did we fail that we are only pointing SELCO as 1 out of 100? So we want to say to that, we are nowhere. We are all glorifying ourselves, and thanks to Anshu, we are all the most powerful people because we can come on this weekend. So if the powerful people cannot sit and do it, so let us become little more brutal. Little more brutal. And I'm saying that today for tomorrow's session, we are scoring only 1 out of 100 in SELCO's growth. And with all that right, so we are somewhere going wrong, and we need to rectify. And thanks, Professor Sureshji, that we need to look at adaptation, and we are failing. We are failing. And so what do you say to that?
So Harish, firstly, I mean, I have great admiration, respect, and affection towards my dear friend. But just imagine, Harish was an IIT graduate. He employs, the wrong word, he has colleagues of more than 1,000 today in both his organizations, maybe more. So he built it up not for his own gain. He could have pursued a career of his own. Why he didn't do that? I mean, I'm just putting up a question for myself. He did that because he answered a question from his own self. Today's biggest failure that we have is that we don't look unto ourselves. We spend most of the time looking at others. Oh, he's a big failure. He's only moving into a car which is only costing 1 crore, 2 crore. That's all. It's a very big failure. I have got a big car. More. So just imagine, here we are wasting our time actually into looking to something else. So that is what he did not do, and he went into his own self. That's why, whether he's successful or failure, we can all judge and we can say that. But definitely to his own self, he'll say, I have succeeded, because I answered a call from my own self. Now look at it like this. And that's what when I talk about Gandhiji. If we talk about collective consciousness of the society, are we answering our collective consciousness? If somebody is getting salary into billions of dollars a year, and then somebody is getting maybe few dollars per hour, waiting for at tables, moving around, going into some of the supermarkets and try to do that. Is it something, whether that person can, so that's what I'm saying. Now if the big person is too big to fail, though we have to protect. And these people who are running around with dollars, just for a few dollars, they are too small to survive. So what is that we have to work for whom? And that's a question that collective consciousness of the people must answer. If you answer it correctly, there won't be any failures.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you told I went to IIT because 300 million Indians did not write it, I got it. If they had written, I would have gotten it. And I'm glad if I had come back from the US now, I would have been in a military aircraft. That I would have been brought back. So that I could have at least seen a military aircraft by now. But thank you so much. But please enjoy lunch, but please be brutal and get back and have Ravi Kannan, who says that his life, he once said his whole life is a failure and he's going to speak to Huda. And then after that, Amla is going to speak on the failure of films. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We will be breaking for lunch, but just before you head out, we have a few quick announcements. Can we have everyone please take your seats?
A very good evening to everyone and welcome back. I am Kakoli Kalita and I'm from SELCO Foundation Assam team.
And I'm Surabhi Rajgopal. I've been with SELCO over a decade now, and I look at partnerships within the foundation. Today we're doubling up as your MCs for this afternoon session. For our next session, we have a fireside chat. In conversation with Ms. Huda Jafar, we have Dr. Ravi Kannan, who's the director of the Kachar Cancer Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Kannan is a surgical oncologist who moved from Chennai in southern India to Silchar in Assam in the northeast. And we're talking about a region where before this center came in, the nearest cancer hospital was more than 300 kilometers away. Over the last 17 years, he and the entire team have really transformed that center, and he'll speak more about it. I think Sir will not appreciate if we said anything more about his accolades, but suffice to say that he's extremely forthright about all the failures and challenges. So I think we're definitely in for the kind of session we're expecting now. Please join us again in welcoming Dr. Ravi Kannan and Huda Jafar.
Thank you so much. Welcome once again and good afternoon. We do know that these are the last two sessions of the day, so we will keep it crisp and clean. And for me personally, extreme honor to be sitting on the same podium as you and to be getting a chance to really discuss and have this chance to bring out some of the hidden, or rather, some of the difficult to bring out learnings that of your journeys also. Already I think Surabhi has introduced Dr. Ravi Kannan, but if you don't know about his work, please do look it up. Dr. Ravi Kannan works in a very difficult terrain in Assam and has been based out of there and has transformed the healthcare ecosystem. So I think let's try and sort of look at what his journey has been and what some of the learnings have been. So I wanted to start with going back before Assam, maybe before you even started your professional journey. When was the very first time that you experienced failure? Very first time that you actually recognized that, oh, okay, this is a failure for me. And how did you? I mean, essentially, what I want to try and do is understand, how did you recognize it? What was that formative thing that helped you to overcome it?
I didn't know it was failure, but then as a student, as a schoolboy, I was extremely introverted. I was afraid of my own shadow, and I would get bullied around in school. And you know who my defender was? My sister, who was 2 years younger to me. She would come and she would set all the bullies right, and I would and my father was in the Air Force. So the advantage of being an Air Force kid is every few years you get to reinvent yourself. So so you could be a new version of yourself. So by the time I was in class 11, I was fed up of myself. I hated the way I was, I had to change. And so my father fortunately got transferred from Banaras to Tambram. And so whole new system, whole new school. And so when I went there, I decided now enough is enough, I must change. And so it so happened that they allotted me a section that I didn't want to go to, because my father was posted ahead of school opening, and I had made some friends in one of the other sections. And so when Ms. Bhagyalakshmi allotted me the section, I got the courage to tell her, no, I don't want this section, give me another. So they tried talking to me, no, you will make, I didn't listen. She said, okay, take it. And for the first time in my life, I learned that you could ask for something and actually get it. That left a very deep, I don't know what would have happened if she had said, no, buzz off. But she didn't. And then And then through that year, I made it a habit to put myself in positions where people would laugh at me and I would just brazen it. So we would go to lunch. I would go home. My home was about 10 minutes from school. So we had a half an hour lunch break. I had 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes to come, and 10 minutes to eat. So I would use a bicycle. And then my trousers, you know, those days was a fashion to have long Amitabh Bachchan style. Yeah, bell bottoms. Yeah. So those would get caught in the cycle chain. And so I would tuck it inside my socks and then I would leave. Initially, I would forget to pull the trousers, the flares out. And then the whole class would look at me and laugh, and I would look at them and laugh back again, you know. And so I guess now looking back, you know, that was probably the first time I recognized failing and organically said it right.
Sure. So you're saying courage and resilience came organically?
My father would be fed up of me. When I was younger, he would say, how can you be afraid of everything? And he's not used to fear. And his son is fearful about everything, you know.
So how did you overcome that fear?
This was the first thing, you know. I learned, you know, it's okay to...
be laughed at.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. And when you moved to Assam and you started the hospital, what were the initial setbacks that you felt? What were the initial pivots that you had? So
I trained in Chennai and worked in Chennai for many years. I worked with some of the most amazing physicians of those times. And so in Chennai we had a philosophy that healthcare has to be provided for everybody. It's not the doctor or the institution that is providing healthcare is not doing a favor to the sick person. And so we had a policy that anybody who needs, irrespective of their paying capacity, must be provided care. So when we went to Assam, my first thought was you provide low cost, no cost treatment, boarding, lodging, and everybody will complete treatment. And that is how we actually started. And as somebody said, you know, we didn't do any audit of what was happening. We didn't look at the facts of what, I just assumed that it's all going well. And then somebody provided us a grant, and an organization in the US, the Indo-American Cancer Association, they provided us a grant to start a division for palliative care. And they gave us money to train a doctor and a nurse, and the subsequent year we had to make a presentation on the impact. For the first time, I realized that there's something called impact. And so we had to make a presentation in their annual meeting. And when we looked at data, we found that 30% of our patients came back for oral morphine. Morphine is a small tablet that is a key drug for pain relief in cancer. And cancer pain is a very common problem which needs to be addressed. So 30%, very poor figure. It means 70% are going home and not coming back for palliative care. They are dying unsupported. And so when we went to the meeting, we actually made a presentation where we said this is what is happening. But I also added a line saying that this is because they are all dying and they are not traveling from far off places. They are not coming back to collect morphine. But people that we are treating with intent to cure, we are giving them boarding, lodging, low cost treatment. They're all doing very well. Actually, I made this statement. And when I made this statement, I was wondering, is this right? So when we went back, we looked at our registry data again. And we found that, you know, patients were not even coming back for a second visit to the hospital, let alone complete treatment, investigations and treatment. And of the remaining, only about half were completing treatment. That means all that we were doing was a washout, not helping anybody. And for the first time we realized, we were being prescriptive. We do this and everybody, we never looked at trying to find out what is it that the end user needs, that the sick man and their families need. And then, you know, we were puzzled. For our minds, we thought we were doing everything. What more could you do? And then we realized that, so again we went back to the registry data. Amit said, almost 80% are daily wage earners. For the first time, see, even then, we didn't do a root cause analysis, we didn't talk to, we just assumed, oh, they're daily wage earners, and so they're losing out on wages. Cancer treatment takes a long time. Drug costs are there, treatment costs are there, treatment lasts several months, many of them will die. And so if they have to lose wages, they often come back and say, no way, let this man or woman die. And so we took a decision, again a knee-jerk reaction. We said, oh, they are daily wage earners, let's provide daily wages for them. And then, look at the fallacy. We said, we actually wrote seeking project grants to open a tailoring unit, opening a paper making. But imagine somebody who does not, these people have no skills. If they have to learn tailoring to work in a tailoring unit, 6 months are gone. And so we quickly tore up all that. We started providing unskilled employment in the kitchen, in the gardens, maintenance, pharmacy, stocking, drug, things like that. And then we also took a policy decision that everybody who comes, we will make sure that they go out with a follow-up date. And then Abhijit, my colleague, wrote out a software which is still functioning. You open today's day, all the names appear, and as we see them, people's names disappear. Left behind are people who have not come. And then we get on the phone, call them. And so that year we actually deliberately went back and saw what was the impact of what we had done. And we found that about more than half of them, 55%, completed prescribed treatment. Not great, but then much better than 25%. But for a area like ours, if somebody in Mumbai were to say, Tata Memorial Hospital were to say that they treat 50-60% of patients that come there, it's a very good figure because most patients come from outstation. They will come for a diagnosis, for a stage and a treatment advice. They will take the prescription back home and get treated in a local hospital. For me, I'm the last stop. They're not taking my advice and going to somebody else. They're coming there for treatment or going home and dying. And so if I were to treat half of them, then it's not a great figure. So over the years, we put in place measure. Each time we find a problem, we saw, we were charging 100 rupees, valid for a month as consultation. Any number of doctors, any number of. But then imagine somebody who's poor, who's struggling to even pay for the travel every month. If they have to pay 100 rupees, they will disappear. They won't come back. Compliance will be poor. And so we revised. We said they will pay one-time charges, and then for a lifetime they will not be any. So like that we adopted several cost reduction strategies. And then at the same time we also, and each time, each year we started looking at what is happening. And so very slowly the numbers improved. Then we also started visiting homes of people as part of the home care process. We also started visiting homes of people who were not coming to the hospital. And that improved compliance to a very large extent. But then more than the compliance improved was a good thing. But then, see, when we treat poor people, there is a lot of mistrust in the organization. We always feel that the sick man who is coming has money he will spend on other things, but he will not spend on health care. So, every time, and I was surrounded by youngsters, and they would come and crib and say, oh, everybody is cheating you. Anybody who comes and cries, you write off. It's not. When we started visiting homes, it's a first-hand exposure to people, and we know that there is no money. Poverty is not imagined. It is not, really they don't have money. And very quickly, this home care, more than improving compliance, which it did, it actually brought the whole organization on the same page. Today, somebody comes to the hospital, we never ask them to prove their poverty. We just find out, accept what they say, and move on. Otherwise, we will spend a lot of energy and time on looking at what he can provide, he can give us, rather than what he needs, And so, and then despite all of this, sometimes horrible things happen. So we did a big abdominal surgery on a man who's about 40-45 years, and he needed some medicine that was costing 3,000, 4,000 rupees. And so when we told his wife after the surgery, she said, okay, aap de do, we will pay later. Okay, dawai de diya, discharge time comes. The report comes suggesting that he would benefit by some chemotherapy. So when we told the lady that her husband needs chemotherapy, she breaks down sobbing, discharge my husband. Doctor ko dekho, discharge. Nurse ko dekho, discharge. See, whoever discharge. All right, discharge. Debu is now our admin officer. He used to be the pharmacist those days. So he said, we have drugs that we can give her for free. I said, okay, shall I tell her? When Debu tells her, she falls at his feet crying because she didn't have 5,000 rupees. So she took her 7-year-old son to the village landlord and sold him for 2 years for 5,000 rupees. That day, that boy has called from somewhere. He does not know he's been pledged. So they make me fetch water from far off. My chest hurts. You know, when will you come and pick me up? You know, oh, we had goosebumps. You know, we were righteously angry. Oh, discharge, give her the money. Call the SP, call the MP. She would not touch the money. Whatever we said, she would. And then we realized later she has to go back to that village. And if she quarrels with the village headman or landlord or whoever, where will she go and stay? And so she wouldn't. He stayed, he took the chemotherapy, and we reasoned out with her. She took the money. The landlord also must have been a kind man. He released the child. Child came to see me later. But that's not the end of the story. 9 months later, this man develops multiple metastases and dies. And this is not the first time this has happened. I'm sure it happens frequently. Sometimes we come to know of it, sometimes we don't know about it. And so these are all, they are failures of the system. They are also personal failures.
Sure.
You know, we made it happen. I made it happen by talking without, you know.
So to do what you do, right? You mentioned names that of people that you work with. Right? You mentioned young people. You mentioned assumptions. You mentioned the fact that every step that you did improved the numbers, the quality, the approach more. But in order to do what you do, in order to be, you know, resilient, to continue to work, to continue to have hope, what are your learnings on building people and a team around you? Like the team that actually runs the hospital, the scale at which it runs, what are some of the learnings around that?
So that is my current angst. You know, we're going through a time of intense soul searching. One of the things, you know, is we have about our whole palliative care program is nurse driven. Our whole preventive oncology, many of our systems, chemotherapy is all nurse driven. And so they all grow, and it is a pleasure watching them grow. So we have a lot of community programs. We go into the community, because we want to promote health. We want to promote early detection. We want to reduce the incidence of advanced cancers. And see, just 1 minute digression.
Please, no.
Cancer, principal reasons are tobacco, areca nut, alcohol, dietary preferences and practices, inadequate physical activity, and some infections and inflammations. These are the 4 or 5 most relevant causes for cancer in India and many developing countries. So if you prevent these, in India, 60-70% of cancers can be prevented. Put cancer aside for a minute. If you look at heart attack, causes are tobacco, alcohol, dietary practices, exercise. You look at strokes, tobacco, alcohol, dietary exercise. If you look at peripheral vascular disease, if you look at diabetes, if you look at hypertension, many non-communicable diseases have the same set of causes. And so, if you prevent cancer, you also prevent all these other diseases. And you're actually promoting health in the community. And you know, I just want to take this opportunity, you know, if all of us in this room decide that we want to do this, this is all we have to do. We have to talk about these 4 or 5 things. somewhere some impact will happen. And we would, in a small way, have done much. Anyway, coming back. So we go into the community, we try a model for detection, we train Asha. Asha will go into the community, do door-to-door physical examination. In another community, she will go door-to-door, create awareness, and promote health-seeking behaviors. So we were finishing this project. We finished the first project in Dholai, and then COVID struck. And so somewhere it petered out to a very low level of activity. Meanwhile, we started another project in Katlichera, and last year we were completing the project. So at that time, one of the community nurses, she's not a formally trained nurse, she's a Dai who has been trained, who's good in communication, goes into the community. She's not a registered nurse. So in a stock taking meeting, she asks me, sir, we go into these communities, we carry out a project, and as part of that project, we are creating an expectation in the community. We identify people with cancer, we bring them into the hospital, we treat them, and so we built connections, we built bridges. And then your project is over, project funding dies up, you submit your report, dust your hands, and move on. Is this ethical? You know, that was a blow on my face. Our ethics committee should have said, don't do it this way. But this girl, who's not a doctor, who's not a scientist, who's a nurse just doing what I'm telling her, go do this, that's what she does, and she has the thought to come and ask me, she has the courage to come and ask me. And so now, every project that we start, we are now also looking at how are we to sustain it when the funding is no longer there, when the active project is no longer there. So we're looking at different models. And so that is why, you know, when somebody was speaking on food security in Africa, very taken up, because we look all over the world. See, there are only two ways in which any community is sustained. Either the government takes it up. To bring it into the government system is, as somebody mentioned, 10, 15-year job. It will take a long time. The other is the community itself adopts it. So that is what is happening in Kerala, in the neighborhood networks for palliative care. Palliative care, responsibility for palliative care in the community is picked up by the community. And in some communities, they actually have the resources to employ a doctor, have an ambulance, have a small clinic. And so we are now trying to see if we can replicate that model in Assam, but also piggyback ride health promotion on the back of palliative care. So in order for the community to take up something, they must see value in what they are doing. Otherwise, so food security in some African countries works because, or water works because it is such a vital need. So the community will take responsibility for it. But health promotion is something nobody will bother. But then palliative care is something that they will appreciate, because everybody has in the family will have, somebody will have a stroke, somebody, if nothing, they'll just grow old. And they will need support in their own family, in their own houses. So we are now looking at trying to see if we can create community ownership for palliative care. So we tried it in a small way. Our nurses did this also as part of a PEP program. So when we do home visits for palliative care, we said P, palliative care, E, early detection, P, prevention. So the whole village will gather to see what is happening. So once the palliative care activity is over, the ascites is drained of whatever is done, they gather all the onlookers, talk to them about cancer causes, because they are captive audience then. And then we administer a questionnaire, and then we promote health. So we're trying to see if the community can take ownership for. So what happens is, our nurses, our staff, you know, they get empowered as part of health, providing health. They take ownership. It is their project now. It is not the hospital's project or the administrator's project. So coming back to your original question, what happens with the staff? So so over the years, you know, we, again, not formally, we didn't have a HR person, we didn't have somebody who will create values and all that. But then I think what has happened is in the last 15, 16, 17 years, a lot of progress has been driven just on adrenaline. So we were passionate about it, more people joined, everybody. So we had nothing. So we had somebody, Abhijit joined us to create the IT infrastructure. Debu joined us for the pharmacy. Then he moved on to administration. So Shubhadra joined us. She created the whole preventive oncology program. So like that, we had people joining us, and each of them was actually co-creating something.
Right.
And so, because they were passionate about what they are doing, the whole thing has grown, and it has grown only because we didn't have any other motivating factor.
Yeah.
But now what is so from a 23 member team, we are now nearly 480 members. And then we put up a satellite in Lakhipur, we put up a satellite in Barigram, in different areas. We now have 5 campuses. Last month, the government of Tripura gave us 15 acres of land, wanting us to replicate this model in North Tripura. So now we are having more people join, and as more people join, there are more questions in the amongst the staff. See, all these years, we didn't bother about designations. We didn't bother about growth trajectory.
Sure.
We didn't bother about
what is my future in the organization.
yeah, my future. We didn't bother about work-life balance.
Sure.
Work-life balance is so we didn't, you know. But then we have younger people join, and they are not wrong. You understand? I think I think the questions that younger people are asking are all relevant.
Sure.
As older people, we are the barriers to. No. I think. Don't you agree?
I agree. In fact, outside over coffee, I think someone was saying that you never take a Sunday off. I think your point was that I never feel it's a Monday or Sunday, right? What you're doing is life. I think in many ways, that's what the way you framed it was very different than what someone who's asking for a work-life balance would.
Yeah,
and neither is wrong. I don't think.
Thing is, now we are looking at how do we transfer values to the next generation, or to newer people who join us, who have not seen the initial struggle. My earlier reaction when all this started was that, you know, the older people have philosophy because they have grown with the organization, and the younger people who have just passed out don't have values. This is what I used to think, you know. I used to think. Okay. But then I think I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think youngsters have stars in their eyes. They want to change the world.
Agreed.
They want to make good things happen.
100%, yeah.
It is we who are the barriers. See what happens, you know, Debu joined as a 23-year-old bachelor. He grew, he got married. Like Debu, others also, they made babies. Babies have to go to school. They need a vehicle, they need a house, they need to take, these are not unjustified requirements,
Sure.
you know. So some variation with values happens as they grow older. It is natural. But the biggest variation, change from values, see, all of us sat down and wrote our vision. You know, we want to be a hospital that wants to prevent all preventable cancers. We want to be a hospital that will give treatment for everybody. We want to be a hospital that will make sure nobody suffers in indignity and pain during dying. And we want to make sure, this is very important, that no family will be impoverished because of cancer care in the hospital. And for that we wrote our values. We said, you know, we believe in teamwork, we believe in compassion. Compassion is the most important value that we try to promote. We believe in science-based care, we believe in gratitude. We wrote our core values. But now how are we going to teach these values to others? So what happens is, one is, yes, you show by example. Every opportunity when there's a problem, you address it. Which core value does the problem alter? And so make a decision highlighting this. So this is fine. But then what happens is, as the organization grows, there are other people who join, or the older people are there. Some of them become very important. And these very important people sometimes will stray out of line. They will not show up for work. They will take various misdemeanors. And I will say that these people are very important, so let's not ruffle them. So, but when a youngster doesn't come on time, I pull up immediately. So they see this dichotomy. And so this bothers them.
Yeah.
We have a policy that every patient must be seen the same day because they come from far off, they spend time, money, lose wages. And so sometimes the OPDs will go on till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the night. So when I start prioritizing patients over the well-being of the staff, it bothers them. You understand? So a series of activities like this that the leadership demonstrates that shows a lack of care for the staff, disillusions them.
Right.
And I think that is the most important reason why values fade.
Yeah.
And then, I always thought, the organization, we have 450 happy troopers. I used to think everybody is, And then we have created a group called Friends of Kachar. There are people from all over, like you, who help us in many ways. And so some of them are into HR and leadership training and all that. So 3 or 4 days ago, we had Partho and Uma come. They are basically into human resource training. And so they wanted to do a goal-setting exercise. So they gathered all the leadership, I was not there, and started talking about goals of leadership. And then one of them said, why are you talking of these goals when we ourselves, and then the conversation went on, and a whole lot of reasons for unhappiness, one page full of, so Partho asked one of the participants, why are you saying all this? Are you the spokesperson for all these people? So she said, no, I'm speaking for all of them. So Partho asked everybody, does everybody agree with this? And everybody said they agree with this. You understand? And so now I'm wondering, if we have so much of unhappiness in the organization, how will we make the sick person happy?
Sure.
So I told Partho, these are all people who've been with me for a very long time. You ask the next generation of people. Call the younger people and ask them the same
They will be
question.
happy.
No. No. They came out and said the same things.
Okay. They're united on...
Yeah, and so now I am introspecting. Last 4 or 5 days have been and I'm introspecting. See, if the top, all of them feel, then it has nothing to do with the admin. It is directly me.
Yeah.
Because they all traveled the journey with me.
Yeah.
And they have not told me all of this, and they went and happily told all of this to some stranger who walked into the hospital. And so I'm now, I've gone to the extent, I was talking to Sita this morning, and I'm really introspecting as an individual, where have I gone wrong? So I'm asking, it felt foolish when I thought about it later, but I'm asking her, have I ruined your career? I don't feel like that, but when all of this comes around, and then yesterday we were on the flight I boarded Kolkata, one of my colleagues called me, and she wept nobody is respecting me, I ask for many things, it doesn't happen on time, and just. So yeah, now when I say it is funny, but it's also, for me right now, it's a very serious introspection as to how do we work with a growing organization, people from different, and how do we get all of them to focus on
what is actually needed.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. I do have a few questions, but I think given time, I'll just maybe focus on the final one, and definitely I think I would want to open up to audience, but Dr. Ravi is around, and I think they can definitely interact with you after this. You have gone on this mission of providing holistic healthcare, and I think you gave a lot of instances and examples around what would you advise people, what would you do differently, what are things where you feel you are failing, where you have failed. After all of that, improving the numbers, the metrics, really kind of ensuring that you're helping people live and survive and be able, right, in order to do things, in order to, add and contribute. What would you still say is something that you would do differently, you would want to do more of, you would rethink?
Yeah, thank you for that also, because that is another of our current obsessions. See, what we realize is we are treating a lot of people. Some of them become well, some of them don't become well, they die. Those who get cured, we are happy. We have a big cancer, we cut it off, we took tissue from the leg or from the thigh or somewhere, put it there, put everything back. He had a pipe in the nose, pipe in the throat, we removed everything. We've sent him back one piece, he's able to swallow, he's able to speak, he's living at home, everybody is happy. A few months ago, I was telling this to somebody this morning, a few months ago, we looked at patients whom we have treated and now they are cured. More than 70-80% have not gone back to productive work. See, these are all poor people, and they are all, most of them are daily wage earners, fishing nets, agri labor, I have cured somebody physically, but they have gone back as a burden to their family. On one hand, the family, they're not going to complain that the man is alive. But we as physicians, we have created a burden. And if the breadwinner, after like the other man dies, the family is nowhere. So, and then the other thing when an adult mother or father falls ill, in Assam, often the first casualty is the child's education, especially the male child's education. Because these are daily wage earners, their earnings have stopped, somebody has to bring the money home. And so the children are employed at work, even though education is free, uniform is free, books are free, everything is free, but they drop out. They have, And so what we now realize is, when we focus on the sick person, it's actually a big environment about the sick. There is also livelihood to be considered. There is also education to be considered. And you cannot look at healthcare alone and say, oh, yeah, chale jao. We have to see what happens after the healthcare. What happens during the healthcare? We provide employment, ad hoc employment on campus. And we thought, that's a great activity. I'm very proud. I used to be at least very proud of that idea. Then some time ago, we audited how many people took us. So out of about 3,000 odd people who took employment, who were treated, not even 30 people took employment. And the truth is, many times when we tell them that we can give you employment, many of them don't want to work. Initial years, we used to get angry, righteously angry. I'm giving you treatment, I'm giving you food, and you're not willing to work for it. How can I take that point? I cannot thrust my thoughts on somebody else, no? And imagine they are taking care of a sick person. And how will they leave that person and come away? Or a sick child, how can that mother or father work when the child is getting chemotherapy upstairs? And so, livelihood is something we have to handle with great sensitivity. Everybody may not be ready for every kind of work. And some families may not want their women folk to work at all. And we have to work around that.
Right.
We cannot
focus on the needs, the strengths, the underlying
And
causes.
So, when we do healthcare, we have to look at healthcare, important, but also we may not do it, but we have to collaborate with somebody who will do the employment, livelihood part. We have to focus with contact with somebody who will, together, we must network to make sure all these points are covered.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. I think that's a
Thank
great
you.
note to wind off on. You do need to look at multiple challenges and multiple issues at the same time and network and collaborate, and we're excited to go with you on this journey of more failures and more learnings, hopefully. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Ravi. All the best.
Thank you.
everyone.
I hope we don't fail too often.
I think that's how we will learn and get forward. So it's a good thing to fail.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for sharing such insightful stories. Every time we hear from you, it's very new things that we learn from you all the time. And I'm pretty sure everyone in the room have been inspired by your work. And thank you so much for joining us. Moving forward, to wrap up this day full of failure stories and learnings only from the development sector, with our next segment, we hope to bring in a slightly different perspective. We have all grown up with the world of cinema. Yes, we are speaking on cinema this time. While the success stories of Indian film industry captivate local and global audiences, the underlying struggle and failures often go unnoticed. These challenges, however, are very integral to shaping a filmmaker's journey and a voice, providing lessons that extend far beyond the screen.
On redefining success metrics in the Indian film industry, we're joined by Ms. Amala Akineni, an actress and the director of the Annapurna College of Film and Media. Beyond her artistic achievements, I think we've always known her as a social advocate and an animal welfare proponent. With her vast experience on and off camera, we really couldn't have asked for someone better to lead this session. And thank you so much for conceptualizing this with us. We'd request Ms. Amla to please join us on stage and set the context. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. After those deeply moving and meaningful sessions, it's going to be a tough call. But we're excited to do this. 2018, I came representing failures in animal welfare that I had accepted and the transformation of my organization there. This time, it's about filmmaking. For the last 8 years, I've worn the hat of director of Annapurna College of Film and Media. It's a college that was started by my family inside the film studio that they own, which is Annapurna Studios at Hyderabad. And as a educator for the last 8 years, there are some serious failures that we had to accept and we had to work around, and I'll start there before inviting my other guests on stage. The pandemic was a blow to the entire world, and film had a terrible blow. Theaters were closed, there was no work in the industry, thousands and thousands of people were out of work, and that was a struggle. And once the theaters opened again, the economic uncertainties, the technological disruptions, the climate-related disruptions, as well as audience viewing patterns had changed. And to bring them back into the theaters, now the filmmaker has to make this enormous spectacle, otherwise people just would rather watch on their smartphones or their televisions at home. They're not coming to the theaters. So in the midst of that, and today we have AI as well, that is going to disrupt, I see it in the future, disrupting education as well. Educational institutions will have to completely reinvent ourselves. Great opportunity and exciting times ahead. To find where your audience is to tell your story is now the biggest challenge. And to listen to these challenges, I want to thank you in advance. You are at least an audience who are willing to listen, because cinema survives on this make-believe world and this make-believe success and this continuous, the good face forward, showbiz must go on. And so to be vulnerable is really takes a lot of courage in film. When preparing the next generation, one thing we discovered was the entire education system is slightly broken, and the cracks are all about students being given a number. So you finish your course, or you finish your class, or you finish your subject, and you're given a test, and then you're given a number. And what does that number mean? The number means that part of the things that were taught to you, you didn't understand, and you didn't figure out. And then you're blamed for this number, and then you're pushed on into other classes with this number, and nobody takes responsibility to support you to learn everything that is required to have a good life or have a healthy career. So in the midst of that, our friend was talking about doctor, lawyer, engineer. So if you say storyteller or filmmaker, then you're ridiculed and you're not. Or actor is like, oh my goodness, they can't study so they can go act. So yeah. And heaven forbid if they play cricket and act, finished. So by the time they get to school, the creativity is hammered out of them. And by the time they get to college, it's barely alive. And so the healing is a long journey where the courage to tell stories and the courage that it takes to be creative, it takes a long time. And we get only 3 or 4 years with them. So one of the interesting things I also discovered was only 2% of startups survive. Did you know that? In the business world, 98% fail. And so the business education and business community got together and said, we will encourage entrepreneurship and mentor these young startups and mentor these young entrepreneurs and help them, handhold them to get going. Film education is pretty much the same. It's where we teach the craft and the process and the skills and give them multiple opportunities to practice it, and then we get industry professionals who've been there, done that, know the works, to come and mentor them and handhold them to move forward. But very often in the education of film, the people who are educating were practitioners 20 years ago. And with the world changing so fast and practices changing so fast and the cinema changing so fast, very soon what they're teaching is outdated. And so to keep up with the industry that's racing so forward is the constant challenge. Now, so we're in this constant race not to fail and failing all the time. Are we keeping the promises that we are making to the younger generation? Very often we're not. But in that, the willingness to talk about what is failing as an industry, what is failing as in filmmaking, and how do we face those challenges and where do we get the courage to face those challenges. I have with me Mr. Prashant Neel and Akshat Sharma, and I will let you introduce them. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. Both of them, come along. I'll let you hear their introductions and then we'll continue. Did you want the mic? You got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amala ma'am, for setting the context. Joining Amala ma'am, we have on stage Mr. Prashant Neel, who is known for his unique narrative style, which has taken the Kannada film industry to a whole new level. We are all very familiar with the KGF series, which became a sensation, breaking all the records, and acclaimed for its storytelling and the visuals. Mr. Neel continues to redefine Indian cinema, inspiring audiences and filmmakers alike. His upcoming film, Salar 2, is one of the most awaited sequels in Indian cinema. We are really glad he could make it despite the busy shooting schedule he is having right now. We also have Mr. Akshat Sharma, who is an Indian writer-director acclaimed for his recent hit Haddi, featuring Nawazuddin Siddiqui in the lead, as well as other box office hits like The Sacred Games. He has collaborated with many veterans in the industry and directed award-winning short films. In fact, Mr. Akshat is himself an alumni of Annapurna College of Film and Media. Amala ma'am, over to you. Yes.
So, filmmakers like Prashant Neel and Anurag Kashyap have been wonderful mentors. Prashant has been mentor to my son Akhil, and I know when Akhil's faced the ups and downs, like all actors do, Prashant has been there for him and kind of pulled him out of the depth of despair and given him a lot of courage to go on. And Anurag Kashyap has done the same for Akshat.
Yeah.
So in this spirit of mentoring and giving and helping the younger generation see the future, I would love to invite Prashant to tell us his story, because everybody sees the success of KGF and they see what you were able to achieve and this glory, but nobody knows about the journey that got you there and the failures that you faced. So, over to you.
Good evening. Firstly, I think it was a terrible idea to slot us after Dr. Ravi Kannan went up there. And the entertainment industry looked very tiny after what you are doing, sir. Congratulations. And also I qualify for all the 5 ingredients that you said we shouldn't be doing for cancer. So I'll try to get better with that. I came to the film industry on a whim and a fancy. I think like most of us do. It's just a lot of glitter. Till you start realizing that this is very serious. Today, if you ask me what goes into making films, I think there's a lot of common sense that goes into it, which you don't have initially, because it seems like an industry which is driven largely on passion, And I think there's more truth to that than just having passion. I think there's a lot of economics involved, and to see films, buy tickets, go see films, looks very, very easy from the outside, but I think knowing how, so it so happened that before I started my first movie, I made a movie called Ugram in 2014, and before I went to shoot, I thought everybody who had made movies before were bad directors and I was just going to change everything. I took a couple of shots, and then I just wanted this movie to be watched by 10 people. So the perspective changed as you sunk deeper into this dream, into this haze. And I think more than anything else, I didn't have the right people around me. So getting into the industry without having the right people is like, filmmaking is not like tennis, where only one person is there on court and you don't really need anybody. It's like a cricket team, and you have to have all the other 10 players playing well. So I think I learned that very quickly, and yeah, that's about it to begin with.
So I was told that you stalled the film and you taught yourself to edit.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I hadn't worked under anybody. I did not go to a film school, which is not probably that, which is not something that I would preach to anybody. I think I did it the very wrong way, and I learned only from my own mistakes. I tell a lot of kids who want to get into cinema that they should go and work under somebody practically, not because they can learn creativity, but they can learn what not to do by watching at least 5 other directors doing it. And I learned cinema by making my own mistakes, and I scraped out of it, probably because I'm that good. But I wouldn't suggest that to everybody. I don't usually like to tell those stories because it inspires, because I sold the only piece of land that I had to make this movie. I did everything wrong in my first movie. So I didn't make money back, but I made a lot of name, which is probably half the things that you want right from making cinema, because your identity is as important as your product is. And I learned how to edit. I learned how to make better cinema with almost every day that I went to this sets, because I did not have practical knowledge of how to be on a set. I did not have leadership skills, which I learned very quickly. I understood that if I was going to make a mistake also, I don't want anybody else telling me that. I had to just believe in myself and make the movie with the greatest conviction that I have. So yeah, I learned a lot of things apart from just editing.
There were some questions that young filmmakers had for both of you, if I may refer to them. How do you cope with the self-doubt, and when things don't work out and you lose courage? How do you cope with that? And what are the guiding steps for young filmmakers on this?
I think we face self-doubt every day, especially when you're working on a project. So my go-to strategy for avoiding self-doubt, probably not the best thing to do, but is to ignore it. When you ignore your self-doubt and you just go back to the process, and I think you go back to the discipline of doing that same thing again and again, and trying to get a different result or a better result, whether it's when you're writing a script or whether it's when you're shooting, you don't have that much freedom. But then when you're prepping for it, you can probably apply that. So yes, I mean, we all go through self-doubt every single day, every single hour. There are days when you're just staring at the blank piece of paper and you're doubting every single word that you've written and you are pressing that command A and deleting all of that. So yes, I think the one thing that we do when self-doubt comes is to accept that it's going to linger on, no matter what you do, no matter how big or how small you are in that process, where you are in that journey. I think self-doubt is going to creep up no matter what. So as long as you know that it exists, and as long as you know that you can ignore it, and not just ignore it, but follow it up with the discipline of doing the process, you know, engaging yourself in the way things need to be done and not romanticize your situation with the self-doubt, I think you can make the next step. So that's how I tackle it.
There's a lot of disparity between what we write to what we execute, because it needs about 500 people to make the movie, but only one person to sit and write it. And I go back to my first movie where I thought I was going to be making the best movie in the world. And everything started changing, shot by shot started changing. Finally, when the movie was out, I thought it was about 15% of what I'd written. So this is something that every director has to get used to. Every person who's executing a movie has to get used to the fact that he's not going to be making the exact movie that he saw in his head. So all the self-doubt that I had in my first movie helped me cope with the other three movies that I've made. Because I thought I had made the most terrible movie after I made it. And I remember I was standing under the shower several times wondering how I'm going to kill myself after the movie released. So, but when the movie came out, I realized that I had seen the movie so many times, you know, that I have lost judgment of this movie, and probably the memory of getting the result of that first movie, it went the right way, of course. The result of that movie went the right way for me. Knowing that I did the right things, even when I had doubt, in my first movie helped me to make my other three movies without having enough doubt.
And I think it never leaves you. So even when you go back and you revisit a work, they stand out for you.
Thank you for that. In film education, you have the craft, the skills, the business sense, understanding audiences. You have a lot of culture, sensibility. There are discussions, watching films with the filmmakers and things. But the industry hires with the confidence and the grit, which is not taught in film school. And it's just a comfort zone, you know. Film school is just a comfort zone because everybody's rooting for you, everybody wants you to do well, but the real world is so different. It needs a different kind of resilience, grit and courage to face the trolls, to face the competition, to face the critics. I remember when Shiva was releasing, Shiva, the film that Nagarjuna, my husband, had acted in and produced, Annapurna Studios had produced Ram Gopal Verma's first film. And many of the producers and distributors of the time had seen it and said, Babu, ఒక్క రోజు ఆడతాయి ఆడుతుంది, it'll run maybe for one day, just think that whatever money you've lost, you'll lose. But the film went on to, there's a cinema before Shiva, Telugu cinema before Shiva and Telugu cinema after Shiva. So, but at that moment, the courage and the grit that you have to have and to be able to do what you believe and what you think you are doing justice to. It takes a different kind of courage. What would you say would build that grit and courage? I see you when Akhil has a failure, and I know the curtains are drawn, there's darkness, I don't see him for maybe a week, and then I'll see he's getting his car ready and he's putting stuff into his car, and I know, okay, he's going on a road trip to see Prashant, and I know he'll come back ready to face the world. So what is it that we can do for all young people to get that grit and that courage back, to remember that you can do it and go out and do it again?
I think it's a practical experience, which I mentioned before, that you have to be on sets. You have to have seen somebody else's success. You have to have seen somebody's failure, and I think that's the greatest gift that can be given to a student, especially in cinema, that he gets to be on sets where he knows the entire process of a cinema and finally sees the result of it. It's like somebody else is a lab rat for him, and he should be doing it time and time again till he understands that cinema is done in a certain way. And the next part of your question is, I think you need to fail to realize and to cope. Failure is the only way that can harden you up. And you're absolutely right, a film school can't teach you, because in a film school you're just aiming at a bullseye target. When you're in cinema, there is somebody else standing on the other side also pointing a gun at you. So it has to go through that. You have made enough sample sizes in your life for you to have understood about life also and cinema also. And I think it
sort of in a very fun way mocking us. इतने में हो गया तुम्हारा, अरे हम तो ये करते हैं, and they know it's valid. They have gone through that pain. So there's so much fun to be with their life. The only thing that they have been asking for is to cohabit respectfully. So
lovely.
That experience itself was like, it changed me from inside, how I looked at people. Just that.
Thank you for sharing that. Did you go home? Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you go home and did you meet the community? Did they respond?
They live region-wise. By the way,
true, but did those friends who had come at the end of your wedding to bless you?
I
No?
couldn't.
Okay.
Only
I would
because
love
I
to
couldn't
hear-
go back home itself.
Right, I would love to hear what they had to say.
By the way, they
Because they came
also
to
have
bless
a lot
his
of,
wedding. Yeah.
They also have a lot of conflict and drama
Yeah.
within their own community also.
Yeah.
It's like us.
Yeah.
Politics. Yeah.
Can imagine. Okay. I have a question for you, Prashant. So your Salar fans want to know that they believe that you cracked the magic combination for Salar and KGF. There's a magic combination of being able to tell something that has immense mass appeal, yet has certain authenticity that every member of the audience connects deeply to. Of course, I'm not going to pretend I can decipher Prashant Neel, but I've heard these young people talk. So what is it to film students that you can say to encourage artistic integrity and yet get the business right? I think that's the quest for everyone, and that's where they fail the most. Either they get carried away like Akshat and go into deep artistic expression, or they get carried away by the business and forget their storytelling integrity. So, some words of experience from you.
Yes, I made 4 movies till now. So I made 4 movies till now. They're mass commercial movies, and they are not the movies that I usually sit and watch on television. So my taste is very different. If given a choice, I would make very different kind of movies. I'd make something like an Inception. I'd make a love story, like Hum Aapke Hai Kaun. But the viability, the feasibility, the business, they all lie somewhere else, coming from South India. I know where the money comes from. I'm not somebody who has come over here to make a difference. I've come here to make a livelihood, bread and butter, of course, a lot of butter with my bread. And so I understand where I am right now, and I try and make movies with only one intent, and I think they teach this in many schools, business schools, consumer behavior. And I understand that pattern, and even if I'm not comfortable, that's where I said passion goes out of the window. I might not be comfortable making these movies. I probably want to make movies that I want to make, but I'll not do it right now, because when it is only about economics for me. It's the creativity comes from basic necessities for me. I have to make a certain kind of movie. I have to make a movie for Prabhas. I have to make a movie for Yash. I have to make a movie for NTR. When I am making these movies for NTR or Prabhas or Yash, I can't make a Hum Aapke Hai Kaun.
These are great words. I'll share this passage with you, by the way. And I'm looking forward to having you at film school and talking to the students, and I'm sure you would get energized, and they would be energized too. I don't know if we have time for questions from the audience, but I could ask 2 questions.
Sir, this question is, I am Ramlangeswara KV, founder of Neram. This question for you, Mr. Prashant sir. While before making the movie, when the story in the script level, that is the vision of the director. He prepares everything script level. In your vision, who you think as a hero? Is it yourself or any other person?
So it's not as innocent as just writing a story for us. The moment we start writing characters, we say, okay, Amitabh Bachchan is going to be playing this character. The hero of this movie is going to be Prabhas. And the heroine is going to be played by Deepika Padukone. I'm talking about Kalki. I don't know why I mentioned all of those names. But I'm just giving you an example. So it would have been fantastic for us not to have, and we could even sketch it out, but it happens that, it is probably the most polluted way of making, of telling stories. It's not as beautiful as we think it is from the outside. It is commercial. You go pay money, pick up popcorn, and I don't know why I'm belittling the film industry also right now, but it is very simple. We make film for the screen. It is an audio visual experience. So we do everything possible to enhance that only through audio and video. So the way we think is very different. I wish we could just make a pure story and say it the way that story is, because our stories are more beautiful than they appear on screen.
So actually, this is in the relation of what you were also talking about. You know, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So you talked about consumer preference and economics game, and this is one of the phrase which has also been going around is that do we live in a consumer-driven economy or do we live in a production-driven economy, right? And in terms of even in media, what kind of films are being produced?
If you're watching, like, let's say 2 films in a week, it's accounting to 3% or less than 3% of your time in a week, right? So if that is making you do something wrong, then there's something inherently wrong with you. So
Well, I did warn you that the audience are not going to be the fans you're used to seeing. They're going to be a very different audience, a very evolved audience, a very responsible audience. Thank you so much for being such a patient and encouraging audience. It has taken a lot of courage and a lot of effort to make this happen, and I want to thank Harish for not giving up on us and giving us this opportunity. But this is one of the first conversations about failure that I have been part of in film industry. Nobody likes to talk about it. Everybody's hurting too much. And everybody's in their own struggle. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you, Akshat. It's been really wonderful sharing the stage with you. I think they want one photograph before we leave. Harish, do you want to come and join us?
Thank you so much to the panelists and Amala ma'am for giving us a sneak peek into the life and lessons from the